you and them. Thank you. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research, organized by NITI Aayog and hosted by National Center for Earth Science Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. May I now request Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao, Director NCESS, to present a bouquet to the Honorable Governor of Kerala as a token of our warm welcome. May I also request Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao to kindly present the bouquets to our distinguished dignitaries, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog. Thank you, sir. We now move forward to formally commence the program. Research and innovation are the true engines of progress, driving advances in health, science, technology, climate, and social development. But even the best ideas need the right support system to grow. Our researchers often find their creativity slowed by the unnecessary hurdles, long procedures, and complex systems that hold innovation back. Today is about coming together to listen, learn, and make a real change. This consultative forum brings together brilliant minds from government, science agencies, and academia, people who know the challenges and are ready to shape the solutions. Our goal is clear and powerful: to make research in India easier, faster, and more impactful. Let's use this moment to share ideas, find solutions, and build systems that truly support our innovators. The government and NITI Aayog are fully committed to this mission, and your ideas will help shape the way forward. Thank you once again for your presence and for the important role you play in strengthening India's research ecosystem. With that, I'm Dr. Jeenu Mathai from NCESS, and it's my honor to warmly welcome you all to the 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research. Now, it's my honor to invite Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao, Director, National Center for Earth Science Studies, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Rao has been leading NCESS with distinguished vision and commitment, advancing earth science research and fostering collaboration within the scientific community. Sir, may I now request you to kindly deliver the welcome address.
His Excellency, Governor of the State of Kerala, Shri Rajendra Arlekar ji, Dr. V.K. Saraswat ji, Member NITI Aayog, Padma Bhushan Awardee, and former Director General of DRDO, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Professor Vivek Singh, Senior Advisor NITI Aayog, and my former colleague at Banaras University. Very esteemed dignitaries, delegates, including several directors, vice chancellors, presidents and secretaries of science academies and their representatives, and each one of you participating in this important 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development. A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the city of Ananta Padmanabha Swami, welcome to the God's own country of Kerala, and welcome to our Institute, National Center for Earth Science Studies. Research and development in science and engineering, along with innovation, continues to be the ultimate institution that can truly define the progress of any country. We all know that historically, that those countries which were built on the strength of education, science, R&D and knowledge are those which have achieved development over longer periods of time and stand tall today. For almost 1500 years, starting from the days of Takshashila University in 3rd century BC to the collapse of Nalanda University in 12th century AD, India was a world leader in the field of higher education, science and technology and knowledge. Indian universities served as important gateways for numerous international students from Central Asia, China, Tibet, Korea, Japan and beyond. And these international students and scholars have played a pivotal role in propagating Indian culture, knowledge and values in respective societies. There was a substantial hiatus in between for several centuries in this process due to various reasons which are known to all of us. India of today is once again at the threshold of being a global leader in R&D as demonstrated by achievements in space exploration, defense technology, biotechnology, agriculture, pharmacy, monsoon, cyclones, tsunami and weather forecasting, which comes under Mission Monsoon of our Ministry of Science, Deep Ocean Mission, Samudra Manthan of Ministry of Science, remote sensing, digital technology, just to mention a few, as also evident from the stupendous high quality research publication output and innovations made in the recent past. It is no exaggeration to say today that a common man, Aam Aadmi in our country, recognizes than before that science and R&D play an indispensable role in protecting and preserving the sovereignty of the country. Lot of bottlenecks exist in smooth functioning of any R&D ecosystem, be it funding, administrative process, procurement norms, lack of access to knowledge resources, lacunae in attracting, retaining and identifying the best of talent, technology translation, accessibility of instrumentation to needy researchers, inculcation of scientific temperament and ethics. All of these can potentially lead to lack of faith and confidence in the system and can have a detrimental effect on its very functioning. It is imperative to identify these bottlenecks, and as scientists and decision makers, it is our modern duty to find a solution to address them and smoothen them out to create an enabling environment for R&D in the country. It is against this backdrop such consultative meetings initiated by NITI Aayog assumes considerable significance, since even one or two significant outcomes emerging out of such meetings can be a game changer and can play a significant decisive role in deciding the destiny of future R&D landscape in our country. I must express my deep sense of thankfulness to NITI Aayog and to Dr. Ravichandran, our Secretary, for giving NCESS this wonderful opportunity to host as a venue such a prestigious meeting. Being an R&D institute of national importance, carrying out science-related activities, it is bound to give tremendous credit to our scientists of our institute. So many esteemed delegates are there. Very briefly, I will mention about our institute for your knowledge. Our institute was created as Center for Earth Science Studies in 1978 as a state government institute under the leadership of Professor C. Karnakaran, a very renowned geoscientist who served as Director General of GSI, Geological Survey of India. And at that time, the mandate was to work in atmosphere, ocean, and environment systems, today which we collectively call as system science with societal applications. That's the mandate at that time. In 2014, CESS has been brought under the umbrella of central government under the Ministry of Earth Science as National Center for Earth Science Studies. And our research today spreads right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and also we work in Antarctica and venturing into Arctic. Some of the major accomplishments, 5 I want to mention: country's best state-of-the-art geochronological facilities to measure isotopic ratios on micron scale to date geological events with unprecedented accuracy and precision. Establishment of seismic stations to monitor seismicity in southern part of India and Antarctica to understand internal structure of the earth and earthquakes. Number 3, identification of zones of submarine groundwater discharge. We are losing a lot of fresh water into the sea. Those zone identification. Number 4, establishment of critical zone observatories, which are interdisciplinary interfaces between physical, chemical, biological, geological process, which we have established, and we have also gained expertise in preparation of coastal zone management maps and landslide hazard zoning maps. And we are venturing into planetary geosciences, keeping in view India's Chandrayaan mission, and also critical mineral research, keeping in view the needs of the country. We are a very young institute in terms of the age. The average age is around 40 and the total strength is 180. We maintain a gender parity. We are one institute where women exceed men if you take all scientists and administrative staff together. And we collaborate extensively between us and across the institutes and the world. Our instrumentation is open to all researchers from the country. They come here to generate data. We encourage users to work on the machine to know the knowledge of how to operate. I should also mention here that in Trivandrum, 8 scientific institutions of different ministries got together last month. Directors of ISER, Sri Chitra Trunal, Institute of IIST, NIST, they are all here. We signed an MOU to work together as a to carry out multidisciplinary research under micro-clustering to benefit one and all, as envisaged by the Honorable Prime Minister of our country. So in 2028, NCESS will be celebrating its Golden Jubilee. I think there cannot be more auspicious way to have that event than with a startup from here. I thank once again for making it here, and I look forward to the absorbing and fruitful deliberations in the ensuing 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious words of welcome and for setting positive tone for deliberations ahead. Now, it's my privilege to invite Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, to set the theme for today's discussion. Professor Singh has been a distinguished voice in India's science and technology landscape, playing a pivotal role in shaping national policy frameworks and advancing innovation strategies. Sir, may I now request you to kindly set the theme for this consultative meeting.
Thank you. Most respected Shri Rajendra Vishwanath Adhikar, Honorable Governor of Kerala, respected Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Honorable Member Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, respected Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary Minister of Earth Sciences, my former colleague, very good friend, Professor N.V. Chalapati Rao, Director, NCESS, Thiruvananthapuram, and the distinguished academic leaders from different R&D institutions under different ministries, and Vice Chancellors of Central and State Universities present here. Thank you all for your kind presence. And as you see here, this is the 8th regional consultative meeting that we are organizing. This was preceded by 7 meetings. So my duty here is to very quickly brief on what is it that this consultative meeting is about, what we have done so far, and what is it that we are looking forward from this meeting. So NITI Aayog, you all are aware, number of functions, 2 primary guiding principles for NITI Aayog is comparative federalism and cooperative federalism. So we work very closely with states. We benchmark states on different performances, and we also work very closely on different development parameters. Science and technology is a very important thing that we are currently working with states. And also we look at different ministries, and an important role that NITI Aayog does is inter-ministerial coordination. So by default, anything which involves more than one ministerial department, NITI Aayog is the default role player for such activities. So I will quickly go through what we are doing here, just quickly briefing on 3 important initiatives and then coming to what this ease of doing meeting is about. So primarily in science and technology domain, what we do is we formulate programs, policies, we advise different departments and ministries, we do a lot of inter-ministerial coordination, and in this process, we organize workshops, brainstorming sessions, consultative meetings, we come up with reports, roadmaps, strategic documents, and so on. And that also involves different kind of international engagement. Now, just to mention 3 important initiatives and 3 important responsibilities that Science and Technology Division NITI Aayog has is, one is we are responsible for India's participation in Global Innovation Index. And as you may have noted, we have been rising during last 10-11 years, and thankful to the to the great leadership that the country has, and also to efforts that NITI Aayog has put in terms of making data available, in terms of coordinating with World Intellectual Property Organization, that these parameters should be relevant for developing countries. We have jumped from 81th place in 2015 to 38th place in the most recent ranking. And you see here on the top, you have a picture where WIPO DG is there, so we very closely work with them. And in the bottom is release of a report, Pathways to Progress, India's Innovation Story during last 10 years that happened last month. So we'll be sharing that report here in this meeting for all of you. Another important thing that we have been working on, going back to our cooperative and cooperative federalism framework, is we have very closely worked with state science and technology councils. As we know, Viksit Bharat cannot happen unless we have Viksit Raj. So it is very important that science and technology growth in India should also take, along with that, the science and technology innovation growth in different states. And science and technology councils have a very important role to play. We have 35 state science and technology councils in India, and all of them are playing a very important role. So we had extensive discussions with them to improve their performance. We organized them, we connected with different ministries. We also wrote to all the chief ministers about the strategic roadmap that we have evolved. And you see in the bottom picture is our Honorable Science and Technology Minister releasing that report along with Vice Chairman NITI Aayog. Third and most important thing that I wanted to highlight here, and this is directly under the leadership of our respected member, Saraswat sir, and we held a meeting just yesterday on what we call unified project management system. Now what we're looking at the moment, any researcher in order to get an R&D grant has to go through a number of portals for different ministries. If you have to look for a DST grant, you go to one portal. For DBT, you need to go to another portal. For other sciences, another. So this is something that was very problematic, and this direction came directly from PMO that we should have a single portal, like one portal for the country. And this is something that we have been working on during the last 6-7 months, and we are in a very advanced stage. And now, hopefully by early next year, we'll have a unified common portal, which will be the portal for all R&D grants across Government of India. And in the time to come, we expect that this will also be taken forward to states. So these are three important initiatives that I want to highlight here. Coming back to the theme, so ease of doing research and development, this is not new. Honorable Prime Minister in 2015 Science Congress emphasized about it. In the most recent 2023 Science Congress, he reiterated about it. Despite a lot of efforts from Government of India and from state governments, there are still many challenges that remain. And this meeting, essentially this whole exercise, we all know about the unease, whether it is bureaucratic problems, whether it is the delays in fund disbursals, the fund flow mechanism. So a lot of challenges, some of them are more temporary, some of them are larger in different respects. So we are here, and our effort is to address all of them so that we come to an environment which is conducive to researchers, conducive to the overall science, technology, innovation growth of the country. And in this exercise, what we are trying to do is, we are doing a number of activities primarily to identify challenges. On these challenges, we are organizing different consultative meetings, brainstorming sessions. We are not only interacting with institutional heads from R&D laboratories and universities, but we are also talking to different funding agencies, ministries, and so on. So there's a two-way dialogue that we are trying to ensure so that we have the right perspective of the problem. We wish to prepare a strategic roadmap along with different model guidelines that will follow in this whole exercise. Now, as part of this initiative, we started with inviting open-ended inputs from 300 R&D institutions under different ministries. And we thought we'll get about 10-15, but to our surprise, within 15 days, we got about 70-80 open-ended responses. So that was like, a booster for us, a motivator for us that there are challenges that we need to take it forward. So followed by that, we started organizing regional consultative meetings. I'm just going to brief on what we have done so far. In addition to consultative meetings where we invite institutional heads, we have also rolled out a survey which is meant directly for individual scientists. And in this exercise, the two science academies have partnered with us, National Science Academy of India and National Science Academy. And Indian Academy of Sciences, we are going to request them also to take this forward. So we have so far received about 780 responses from all these academy fellows and also distinguished scientists. So this is something that we have already obtained, and we also organized some brainstorming sessions. So as we discover problems, we also try to find out more about them from funding agencies, from policymakers, that what are the different contours of this problem, so that we try to come up with solutions. So it's not that we are waiting for all the problems to accumulate and then we start solving them. We are in the process of trying to solve whatever we can do in the process. So just quickly giving a glimpse, this was the first meeting where we started, and we were very fortunate enough to be hosted by Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh. So this meeting happened in Rajbhavan, Uttar Pradesh. So this is where we started. So we had representation from Uttar Pradesh, a part of Bihar, a part of Uttarakhand. Then the second meeting in Dehradun, hosted at CSIR, Indian Institute of Petroleum at Dehradun. And this was attended by a part of Himachal and largely from Uttarakhand. Third meeting happened in IIT Jammu, where Honorable Minister of Science and Technology was also there. And this involved institutional leaders from Jammu, Kashmir, Punjab and Himachal and a part of Haryana as well. Fourth meeting happened in NITI Aayog, so Delhi NCR, which is hub of large number of institutions, a part of Haryana, some part of West UP. Then fifth meeting we organized in Science City Ahmedabad, which invited institutional leaders from Gujarat, from Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Sixth meeting organized in CSIR IICT Hyderabad, having 5 states, Telangana, Andhra, Odisha, and Goa as well. Seventh meeting, which is the most recent, that happened 15 days back, hosted by IIT Guwahati. All of the Northeast, all 7 states, plus West Bengal and a part of Chhattisgarh was there. So we got a lot of inputs from all these. Some of them are common, some of them are region specific, some of them are subject specific as well. So we have a whole list of issues that we have, and as we continue to discover these issues, we are also talking to different ministries and departments that what is it that we can do in order to solve it. So this is the 8th and the final meeting where we have Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu represented, and these are the 5 themes that we are going to talk about. And on the second day, which is tomorrow of this meeting, we are also going to present a part of findings of the 7 meetings. So tomorrow we have a session where we are going to present what is it that we found out of the 7 meetings, and also a glimpse of what is it that we found out of the surveys that we wrote out. So largely grouping all these issues, we have all these 7 areas that we have grouped these issues, and the problems we are grouping them into that. Very quickly, pointing out some recent developments. NITI Aayog has been at the front as the front role player, and we have been instrumental in a lot of changes that happened in GFR, new OMs issued and so on. This is something that most of us have already noticed. GEM bypass, higher, lower GD limits and so on. So something that happened recently. Another very important thing where our Honorable Science and Technology Minister led directly a meeting of all the, DOPD along with the Science Ministry. So this is something that happened. And in this process, when we went with different meetings, there were a lot of complaints that IT professors can open startups, but CSIR labs are not allowed to do that. And then we started digging into that, and we found that actually that's not the case. There's a lack of awareness, because this is something, this 2009 OM was much way ahead of the time. When there was no culture of startups, CSIR issued a OM which applied to not only to CSIR, but the whole STI ecosystem, and anybody working in a public funded research institution of whatever type, we are allowed, professors, researchers are allowed to open startups to commercialize technologies that we develop. So the journey is continuing. We are looking at different issues, and we are very fortunate enough that all of you are here, and we look forward to your inputs. And we invite you to share your insights, your suggestions. Please feel free to write to us, and in your kits that you have received, in addition to what you have, there's also a link to the survey, and also one-page feedback that we would be very happy to take from you. We remain committed to solving problems under the leadership of Dr. V.K. Saraswat. And as we say, our job is largely to remove obstacles and promote inputs. So thank you very much once again for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address and for laying a strong foundation for today's deliberations. Now, it's my honor to invite Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, to deliver the special address. Dr. Ravichandran has been at the forefront of advancing India's Earth system science initiatives, leading pioneering efforts in research and innovation. that have significantly contributed to national and global understanding of climate and ocean processes. So we are privileged to have you with us today. May I now request you to kindly deliver the special address.
Thank you. Honorable respected Governor of Kerala, Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Ji, Honorable Member, NITI Aayog, Science and Technology, Dr. Saraswat, my colleague, Director of NCESS, Dr. Consultative, and also Dr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, NITI Aayog, Vice Chancellors of various universities, Directors of National Lab, State S&T Executive Directors, and other invitees, and also NITI Aayog members. Very good morning, and it is a great pleasure to be here as part of this 8th consultative meeting of these important things. As you all know that the country is marching towards, we are going for Viksit Bharat. Without science and technology, we will not achieve the target which we have aimed for 2027. I look at it how the R&D ecosystem in India, what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses and what are the opportunities and challenges. There are many I have noted down, but one or two important things in each sector I will mention. In the strength, you all know that we have the largest pool of engineers, scientists, provides a strong human resource for the research and development. I think whether we are utilizing them or not, that is the question. And second thing is, government is very strongly acting through various initiatives in the recent years. Various mission mode projects has been released and also announced, and it is implemented, such as you take it about the quantum mission or AI mission, or you can take cyber infrastructure, and also deep ocean mission, then mission also BioE3, and many more. They have made the mission mode project. I think we need to involve in that mission to implement various programs. And the third thing is basically the digital infrastructure has grown multi-fold. Either you take it AI or maybe AGI, ASI, so many things are coming up. I think we need to be catered to go along with the rapid development, whatever is happening globally. In this initiative, as Professor Singh pointed out, that we have jumped from Global Innovation Index to 38, I think it is our endeavor to go much more. We have to go much more much more ahead of this 38. We need to move on. And there are a lot of startup ecosystem that has been developed recently. I think we need to go for many more startup and deep startup and many things we need to roll on it. And as already pointed out, there are many good things happened recently regarding GFR relaxation. With some of the policies, especially for ease of doing R&D, even if you take a global tender and other things, many things as a rollout. So these are all very important things, and also you know that the recent announcement of ANRF, or you can take RDI. So ANRF is researchers how you can work with industries, whereas RDI is how industries or private sectors work with researchers. So two separate teams have been envisaged, and it is a very big bucket of financial resources is being involved. So these are all some of the things which has been taking place. Of course, the largest still weakness is when you compare with other countries, the lowest, the low R&D expenditure has been allocated. I think it will be low. But I am sure that if you are real problem, if you could go to the government, I don't think there is no dearth of money. I personally feel that I am fortunate in the Ministry of Health Sciences. When I joined, it is roughly about 1,200 crore 3 years back. Now it is almost 4 times increased, 4,000 crore. That means you have a demand, you have justification, if you have properly put forth to the government, how it will be used for this society, common society. If you are able to convince the government, it is also important for researchers to convince the government as well as the society, how you will feel, how your research and development will contribute to the society. that you have to convince the government to get more funding. That is more important. And also another weakness we can see that most of the R&D still we are not able to reach the commercialization. I think we are ending with this 80% then leave it, or 90% we leave it. We are not making 100% and then bulk volume and other things we are not doing. We are doing only laboratory scale and forget it. I think we need to take it forward. That is why this industry is very important to initiate. And the third one in the weakness I can point out is the private sector R&D's investment. I think it is very meager. I think we need to start up the private sector in our ecosystem, research and development ecosystem. That is also very important. Basically, we are working with we are not trusting the people. Either trusting the scientists, trusting the institution, trusting the, that's why we are making so many policies and so many things cumbersome. I think we are working for only some maybe few percentage of mistrust people. We are working towards, everybody working towards that. I think that we need to change. That is one of the points I was thinking. Of course, when you talk about opportunities, I think we need to leverage the government initiatives like various indigenous technology, Make in India, all these things. There are a lot of opportunity we need to develop. And also we have a large domestic market. So I think we need to produce more and more services and goods and products. That is more important because we have existing largest market is available within the country. And third opportunity I can point out is a global, of course, collaboration. I think we need to have more and more collaborative with not only national but also international. And when you come to last one, the challenges, the difficult challenge is brain drain. I think we need to immigration of skilled research scientists, which they are going out here to keep them with us to innovate more and more within India. That is one of the important challenges. And also we need to compete with the global partners. There are many global partners are there. Everybody is fighting towards excel. So we need to compete with all these people. So these are some of the challenges I was thinking about. Of course, recent years there are many things that have come out. But ending with, I want to have 10 points which I feel which is lagging or which is to be done. Maybe I can give later this comments. One is, of course, we need to have further policy changes like what reforms we need to do, like what GFR and other things we have done. And especially we have to do financial powers to the centers, financial powers to the scientists, directors and other labs. So that is the policy reforms we need to do. That is number one. Number two, there are large talent pool are kept away. When you are making 60, they are just going and going to the idle place. I think we need to make use of them. How to use maybe the university or some ecosystem you have to create, because such a experienced, expertise people after 60, we are keeping them away. It is not fair. I think we need to utilize them. How to utilize, either it is for young people to bring out youngsters to motivate, whatever may be the case, their knowledge to share to youngsters. Something we need to do that. Maybe some of you can provide a better thought on that. Then there is a weak industry, academia, institution linkage. I think we are working in silos. How academia and in national labs and also industry, we need to work more and more, and that is not happening. Even the university and institution bonding is not happening in a what is called very good manner. For example, scientists, how long you are going to universities? You have to teach the youngsters what you are doing. Similarly, the teachers also come here and they can learn many things. So there should be an interaction. Maybe at least 10% of scientists has to go and teach to the universities. Something we have to make a mandatory so that they also learn in that process. Because the youngsters, they can get the feedback and other things. And the fourth one I want to mention is the limited access of unrepresented groups, especially state universities, and equal access to the labs and other things for some of the universities and other people. And the fifth one is, many of the researchers still we are doing as an individual interest. We are not doing for common institutional interest or the government interest or what government mandate, how we can contribute. That is the fifth one. And the sixth one is data silos. I think data is a quick money we are collecting. We need to keep open as much as possible. The data silos we need to make it, we need to have an open data policy or management for whatever we are getting from public grants. And the seventh one is, of course, establish national regional core facility. There are many facilities we have to have a common, because certain things in the same Thiruvananthapuram itself, some facility may be everywhere. Some of the things is needed, but some of the things is not required. So we have to use, this is our own Thiruvananthapuram facility. Like that we have to feel, this is our regional facility. Like that we have to feel, and it has to be open to work with everyone. And also the seventh one, of course, the building industry fellowship, as I was telling, the industry fellowship, we have to have a co-funding mechanism. Some of the research may be directly benefit to the particular industry. How we can share, I think it is now ANR is coming up that kind of thing, but still we need to grow more and more. So the industry can come forward to the institution, they can fellowship, they can give, so that they can work together. And then, of course, I was thinking about science communication. Whatever we are doing, we need to communicate to the government as well as we need to communicate to the public. We need to have a partnership role. I think we need to engage them. Whatever possible, we have to increase the public support in that aspect. And the last one, as I mentioned, was the brain train. I think these are some of the thought process I talked about some of the things. It is a common, you also know many of things. But I think from regional perspective, what you feel, please come forward. Please, you can always convince the government. As long as it is genuine, definitely government will align to your feedback or suggestions. We will collectively work towards that, so that ultimately we have to utilize the large talent pool available in India to harness the various S&T activities and produce many services and technology and make India things. I look forward to some of your recommendation and feedback, so that how each one can contribute to the overall goal of Viksit Bharat, how your institution, how your region can contribute to the Viksit Bharat. Please come out for that. What you need is a green R&D. You can come out, then we can collectively think and we can do. Once again, I thank NITI Aayog for organizing such an initiative, especially Saraswat sir for making this 8 consultative meetings. I think once it is collected, definitely we can go to the government and ask for whatever they need for our research ecosystem. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights and continued leadership in advancing research and innovation. Now, it's my great privilege to invite Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Honorable Member, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog, to deliver the special address. Dr. Saraswat is one of India's most distinguished...
Namaskar, very good morning. Honorable Governor of Kerala, Shri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar-ji. I heard a lot about him since the days in war, and the kind of place he had made for himself, right from as a teacher to what he is doing today as a governor. His presence today certainly adds a lot of beauty to this whole program. My friend and colleague, Dr. Ravichandran, Dr. Vivek Singh, and Dr. Consultative, all the esteemed vice chancellors, directors of various institutions present here, vice chancellors of universities, members of the NITI Aayog, members of this institution on Earth Sciences Center of Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, it's a immediate pleasure that all of you have found time to come and contribute to this cause of transforming our country's journey towards Viksit Bharat through science and technology and innovation. As all the speakers have said, it has been always science, technology and innovation which has been responsible for the growth of our country. My experience has been of 30 plus 25, 55 years. I started working on science research in 1970, and now I continue to be part of this journey. I have seen tremendous transformation that has taken place over the last 55 years. I often quote this example that post-independence, when we were looking at scientific institutions in our country, we used to always say that we don't have the right infrastructure. All of us know the story of Sir C.V. Raman, that when he wanted to make a spectrophotometer, what kind of gadgets he used. He used a cardboard box, that kind of a thing, that is the kind of research could be done, which earned a Nobel Prize later. So infrastructure was one of the reasons what we used to say not available. But then great visionaries like Homi Bhabha, Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. Kalam, Vietnam Saha, you name, great visionaries, despite such constraint, built great institutions in this country. Today you have the best of the institutions in the form of Dr. Kothari, the Space Center what we have, the Atomic Energy Center what we have, the DRDO what we have, the CSIR institutions what we have. All this could happen between 1947 and now. And today, in fact, when I go to large number of institutions of higher learning and even state universities, I think the infrastructure has really grown tremendously in terms of equipment, in terms of instrumentation, in terms of facilities. I think we will not be equal to America or other countries, but I think we are fairly advanced. The journey which has happened, which has resulted into the tremendous progress this nation has made after independence, it is in the form of that hunger which was the major issue in 1948, 49, 50, 51. Today we have surplus storage of grains. We didn't have anything to do on space. Today we are doing Mangalyaan, we are doing Gaganyaan, and we have a large number of our own satellites. You have our pharma sector, we have our agriculture, green revolution what we have. We have the white revolution. All this could be done because there was a concerted effort of the government and the scientific community which resulted into this progress. So what has changed? Why are we having this discussion? If we have such a good ecosystem which resulted into this kind of a growth, but we feel today that there is something missing. And this is not the first time I am hearing that. I come from defense. The working of scientific activities in defense was quite different from what I see in the non-defense sector. And this I realized only when I came to Delhi. I used to work in Hyderabad in a very protected environment where we had DRDO institutions with their own working style and a lot of freedom to work. But when I came to Delhi in 2005 and I started interacting with a large number of CSIR institutions, the IIT, and IIT I used to interact earlier also, but not with this level. I realized that there is a certain level of difference between the DRDO, the space, and atomic energy vis-a-vis these institutions. The kind of control, the kind of freedom which is needed for doing research was not as much as was available in the other departments. This was later on brought out by our president, Shri Pranab Mukherjee. When he said that why is it that in our country there is no institution which is within 100 among the world institutions. So he conducted a seminar or a discussion for 2 days, inviting all the vice chancellors, directors, and many academicians. Almost about 200 people were collected in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and they had a discourse for 3 days. And at that time, the education minister was, I think, he was the education minister, and everybody realized that there is a change that has taken place. And the change is basically in terms of the kind of constraints that have come due to the bureaucratic interference, due to the policy changes that have taken place over a period of time. And that is where I fully agree with what Dr. Ravichandran meant. There is something called trust. The trust in 1952 and the trust level in 2010 and the trust level today, there is a tremendous difference. In 1956, when Bhava wanted to set up the Atomic Energy Department, the then government immediately said, okay, go ahead. TIFR could be set up without any problem. Of course, there was shortage of funds, there were resources, funds and all that, but there was willingness to give freedom to the ideas and freedom to act and do that. That's how TIFR came, that's how Department of Atomic Energy came. Atomic Energy Commission was formed, and you know what was the composition of Atomic Energy Commission? The topmost scientists of the country formed the Atomic Energy Commission. If I see the constitution of today's Atomic Energy Commission, there are only 3 scientists, the rest are all non-scientists. So this is the kind of transformation that has taken place. That means somebody must have thought that there is something wrong going on. Maybe there were some misdeeds of a few individuals in that system that resulted into this distrust. I often give this example of Homi Bhabha. Homi Bhabha was the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, but he was not secretary to the government of India. So the bureaucrats who were his joint secretary or whatever that in the committee, they said you cannot sanction this much money, this, that and all that because you are not secretary. He said, I am Atomic Energy Commission chairman, I can do that. He said, no, you have to be a secretary to do that as per the protocol, as per the government rules. And hence that particular file was created and sent to the then Prime Minister Pandit Nehru. And when Pandit Nehru saw that file, he said, what? Dr. Bhabha wants to become secretary? He is much more than 10 secretaries in this country. What are you talking about? Bureaucracy at that time, no secretary has the power. So with reluctance, the Prime Minister signed that file and said, yes, you will be secretary also. Why I am putting this story is basically the kind of trust, the kind of confidence which the government at that time had. I think this is what has eroded over the period of time. The trust deficit exists today. And because of this trust deficit which is existing today, there has been a transformation in the complete working style, the norms, the ecosystem. I can only give you an ecosystem example from the following. There are a large number of scientists who study in our institutions. They go abroad and do wonderfully well. They are money, they are patents, and many of them have become Nobel laureates also. Giving the example of the latest Nobel laureate, Professor Ramakrishna, Cambridge University, all of you know. So after getting his Nobel Prize, he came to India. And then he went around and people said, sir, you should interact with our institutions, you should do wonderful work, you should bring all that knowledge what you have, so that we can also produce lots of Nobel laureates in the country. He attended science congress, he attended some of the meetings of the associations. He went to the IIT, he went to central universities. You know what was his statement at the end of the day? The ecosystem for doing research and development in the country is not conducive for doing anything fundamental. Fundamental I am talking of from the point of view of deep research, innovative research, where you are not a follower, but you are an innovator. If all of you know, one of the adjectives which I often give to the research which is being done in our country, I call it additive and repetitive research. We don't say that this is research which is fundamentally ours. If America has done that, then I will do something additive to that. If somebody else has done that, then I'll repeat it and see whether those results are there. I may use a different tool. But where is my own initiative? Then I had, this was Ramakrishna. Then in 2014, even before our Honorable Prime Minister became the Prime Minister of India, I met him when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. He had invited me because they had an energy conference, and I started working in DRDO on energy at that time. So he told me at that time, Dr. Saraswat, you have done so many missiles, this, that, and all that. But why is it that the other department, there is no value-added research which is being done? Where is the value to the research which is being carried out? What Dr. Ravichandran said, that we are not commercializing. So in 2015, once he became the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister called me and he said, I want that India should do translational research. And that was echoed by him in his address due to a science congress, that translational research should be done. I'm very happy to see that in 10 years, last 10 years, there has been a tremendous transformation. All of you who are all working towards knowledge generation today have contributed immensely to the fact that we are now 38 in Global Innovation Index. We have large number of patents being filed. We have startup companies which are coming up today. We have commercialization also taking place. But much more is desired. Taking clue from what Dr. Ramakrishnan said, Professor Ramakrishnan said about our ecosystem, I think that is much to be desired. And this ecosystem has got two dimensions. One is external to the institutions and another one is the internal to the institution. The external dimension is very, very different. We always say that government funding process is not good, this is not good, that is not good. Bureaucracy is coming in the way. And that's what we have been listening in last about 7 to 8. There's the internal dimension which is related to the working of the universities, working of the labs in their own way, which are not being imposed by any external agency. You have to create your own systems. So we have discussed all these norms over a period of time in the last 7 conferences, and we found that I think on both these fronts we have to make changes. These 7 exercises, what we have done today, they are responsible for getting the data on regional basis. We have collected data from state universities, we have collected data from central universities, we have collected data from institutions of higher learning like IITs and so on. There is a variety of difference even among them. What is true for IITs is not true for state universities, and what is true for state universities not true for central universities. There is a tremendous amount of difference. But one thing is common. The science management ecosystem in the country, which is external to all of them, needs certain changes. We have to restart bringing the kind of trust what I talked about it into the entire system of science ecosystem in the country. We have to trust our scientists, and so that these checks and balances, as the bureaucrats will call it, they can be relaxed to a certain level so that there is a efficiency factor that comes in, there is a speed that comes in. And our NITI Aayog's effort is only in that direction. And what Dr. Vivek Singh mentioned about harmonizing the process of sanctioning projects and so on, procurement procedures and things like that, all of them will certainly find favor. So I'll be very happy that if you frankly look at both these dimensions, both external and internal, and give your views on both, not only on external. You should give your views on the internal also. How do you improve your internal working of the state universities, central universities and IT? How do you improve that? Are there many factors that can be attended to which will ensure efficiency? How do you make sure that you are not a nation of assemblers, but you are a nation of product developers? We are a nation of assemblers. We get items from outside. We have to become independent, get independence from controls, I always call them. I have been subjected to controls because I was in defense due to the missile technology control regimes, this, that, and all. So I know what it hurts. But that control can be also made use of as an opportunity to do something ab initio. to become independent, to make sure. Like today somebody is talking of critical materials. We are importing all of them. Can we now start doing something? So like that, we have to become independent from controls. That is the kind of research we have to follow. So in the end, I would say, we look forward to your ideas, we look forward to your views, and that will be compiled in the form of a document. I'm sure it will be taken forward. We will have dialogue with the government on various issues, and that will bring some change. But the other change has to come from within. You have to change your style, you have to change your processes. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. Now, with great respect and immense pleasure, I now invite Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, Honorable Governor of Kerala, to deliver his address. So, your continued support for education, innovation and public service stands as a source of inspiration to all of us. We are deeply privileged to have you with us today, and we request you kindly address the gathering.
Namaskaram. Today we have gathered here for the regional consultative meeting regarding ease of doing R&D. Many of you have come from other parts of our country. I welcome all of you here to the God's own country, though there are some incidents of robbing the God himself in this country, but still I welcome all of you here from different parts of our country. My dear friends, today I am sharing the dais with, just now you heard Dr. Saraswat, who is a member of NITI Aayog, Dr. Ravi Chandran, Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences, whom I have always been trying to meet. We have been talking on phone since he was in Goa that time, but we could not. Then again we tried to meet in Himachal also. Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor of NITI Aayog, Professor Chalapati Rao, Director of National Center for Earth Science Studies, my Vice Chancellors, all other very esteemed, dignified participants in this today's meeting. By the end of my speech, you will understand that I am the only man odd here. Or many of you could have understood it right now. Because all these issues, I don't understand ABCD of it. What are these issues you are thinking, what the papers you will be presenting, what you are going to think, discuss, deliberate. None of the issues are touching me directly. But still you have called me here to inaugurate this particular meeting. That is greatness of yours. I know you will be bearing me for this for next few minutes, not more. But today's meeting, it has got a different value, because throughout the country we have been discussing all such things. How people-friendly science can be. People-friendly. I am using common man's words because I will not be able to pronounce the all technical terms, neither I will understand also. But how the science has to be people-friendly, common people understands it. So far we have been studying, we have been putting ourselves, we have been thrusting upon the development of science and technology, which common man doesn't understand. what it is, why it is being done. And that is the reason why common people, common person, they are little bit away from all these things which are happening. Okay, these things are happening for certain dignified persons, secluded persons, let them do that. We are no way concerned with that. That is how common people think. What we need to do is, can we approach the people, can we go to the public and tell them this is for you? This is what we have been doing in the four walls of laboratory is for you and not for ourselves. We have to be thinking in that way, and we have to go ahead. Because whatever is happening in the four walls of the laboratory and whatever all the research is, all the conclusions, all the reports, how do the common people know it? They don't understand this. For long this has been happening, and that is the reason why today we are thinking of doing it easily for the science, for the people, is to do it. Why? Because common people is away from this. He doesn't understand the science terminology. He doesn't understand what we are talking of. Why only science terminology, other terms also. Whenever NITI Aayog comes with some report, and if somebody wants to read it, he doesn't understand what GDP they are talking of, what other terms they are. Can we be simplifying more and more in the interest of the people? Then the problem will not be coming. Science has never was in earlier times, in yesteryears, was never away from our lives. Never. We have been always in scientific structure, scientific nature. Our thought process of years together, thousands of years, it was always a scientific. Whatever we have been doing, everything that we know, whatever we were performing in our houses, in our puja ghar, in our kitchen, in our dining room, everywhere, it had scientific relevance. And today we are talking of it again. Why this particular time has come? Because in between there was a destruction going on thousands of years again, to destroy the very thought process of the people of this country. Okay, we will not dwell into it. But today, we are doing it in a different way. We have to do it. And we were talking about you did not use that word, but our people were just thinking of going to America or other foreign countries. Why was so? That was you mentioned it. Why it was so? I remember one incident, many a times I tell this, particularly to the students of our state. When I was in college, I came across one day a cartoon by R.K. Lakshman. It used to appear in Times of India. And the cartoon was many people who knew what Lakshmanji, R.K. Lakshman was, only some lines will speak many things. You need not add any words to it. One student from MBBS, he completed his MBBS, he came out with a degree and he was very happy. The common man, R.K. Lakshman's cartoons used to have common man, that he represents India. So that's how the common man asked that particular MBBS graduate, tell me, if my young boy, you had promised while taking admission that I will be going to the villages to give my service. Are you still of that view? After 5 years? The MBBS graduate young person says, yes, absolutely right. I am of the same view, but my village is in America. It was not here. Yes, I will go to villages, but the villages are not in India. That was how we were thinking, our youth people. Why youth? Our parents of that generation also used to think that my son has to go to America. He will get nothing here. He will not be able to develop himself, neither the structure nor the ecosystem, nothing. He will not able to even earn money for him. That was the thought process thinking that time. It was about 40 years back. And now the things have changed. Our people do not feel that we have to be there in Silicon Valley that time there. We can do it here today. That is the atmosphere we have. That is the ecosystem we have today. That is how we have traveled for last 10, 11 years, how we have traveled and where we are going. Today our people will not say, okay, we have to be there. No, we can be here. We can be here. But our thinking has to be developed in a different way. We are discussing that the theme of this particular meeting is itself how to understand the science, how to do it in a better way, how to do the research and development easily. Many of my earlier speakers have mentioned it. They might have not pointed out because many of them, I think, related to government and secretaries. As Homi Baba did not want it, many of you could also think of that. But see, whenever we are here, there are big hurdles from bureaucracy. This is a fact. We cannot ignore that. It is a fact. We have to, because I have been experiencing this. Being at this position also I can understand, I am experiencing this. Because I wanted to do some projects in Goa and all that. They just bureaucrats, they have many things that how it cannot be done. So many a times I say, our politicians should learn to say no and bureaucrats should learn to say yes. Then only something can go ahead. Bureaucrats should learn to say yes and politicians should learn to say no. Politicians say everything yes to anybody. But the other way, the bureaucrats have to say, yes, we can do this. Let us see how it can work. We are trying to do some social projects in Goa, but everybody tells me this cannot be done, how this cannot be done, these are the obstacles. What we have to tell the public, and that is the reason why public keeps itself away from the bureaucracy. They don't want to get mingled with them. So what we have to do is, all the while, not only this research particularly, and science and technology, others also, other aspects of the people related things should be made easy to understand, made easy to exercise. That is why we want to go ahead now with all the researches are not necessarily related to science and technology, though today we are discussing it. There are many avenues, many issues to be discussed and researched and come out with some solutions. When I was in Himachal, as Ravichandran was just telling, that time we had landslides. When I entered the Himachal Pradesh as the governor there, I saw that landslides are happening. Could we not find any solution to it? Somebody said, no, it is a eco problem. Somebody said it is an engineering problem. Somebody said this is. I said, but can it be no solution for it? Can we not work over it? I think that is what solution has to be given there. Then there are, every year it has become annual feature, whenever there are rains, there has to be floods in Mumbai or any other parts of our country. Can we not give any solution to it? Is it not an aspect to be researched? Every time Diwali comes and there is quality of air goes down in Delhi. I do not know what it is exactly, what is the solution for that, but people like you should certainly working over this. That will give ease to the people to live. That is what we need today. Ease for living. How it can be done? If he gets a flood-free atmosphere, at flood-free rainy season, he will be very happy. He will be, yes, something has been done for me. If he gets free from pollution, the air free from pollution, he will be very happy. That is what we have to do. And ultimately, all these things are to be made for the public, for the people. We have done a lot for industry. Whenever I visit my universities here, I tell this again and again, this particular aspect. We have done a lot for industry now. Can we do something for the people, for the society? Our curriculum, our aspects, our courses in the university have to be society oriented, people oriented, and not necessarily industry oriented. Industrially, there are many people, they can do that. The industry itself can have its own courses. But our university, where the education for the people, common people is being given, that industry, the university should concentrate on society-related issues, people-related issues. These are the things which we need to do. This research, this rethinking has to be there in our hearts and mind. And ultimately, if everything what we are doing, the research, the development, the solutions, the report, and everything, it is for the common people that we have to do, for the human being that we are going to do. And if we do not have that humanity in every aspect, in every research we do, then it is of no use. We have to have human touch every time. That has to be there, our motto. Why I am doing this research? Why my country has to go ahead? Why Vikasit Bharat is my target? What is my vision for that? That all has to be because the development of the common person has to be done. And that is the reason why I am sitting in the laboratory and doing the research for that particular common person. That has to be there in my mind completely. Without forgetting this, if we go ahead, I think Vikasit Bharat, the dream of Vikasit Bharat will be a reality by 2047. When Pradhan Mantri says Vikasit Bharat, it means that involvement of every particular person, every person. It is not only scientist, it is a common person who walks on the streets. His involvement in the Vikasit Bharat, that has to be there. If that is not there, then Vikasit Bharat will mean nothing for him. It has got no relevance for him. All participation of all people has to be there. So that humanity has to be there. If I am not a human, I remember because I was in Himachal Pradesh, governor that time, and I was traveling from one place, Shimla, to some other place, probably one university there. And while traveling, we had to travel about 3-4 hours. My ADC was sitting with me, and suddenly he asked me, "Sir, I want to ask you one question." I said, "What is that question?" Because I was also getting bored, so I wanted some good things to understand. So he said, "Sir, how to become a good politician?" You are rightly laughing. Because these two words cannot come together. I hope there is any politician here. Once upon a time, I was a politician. But I left that. But he asked me suddenly, "Sir, how to become a good politician?" I was also confused. Good and politicians, can these two words come together? But myself being erstwhile a politician, I recovered myself. I said, "Yes, I will ask you one more question." I asked him, "Is there any good IPS officer? Is there any good advocate? Is there any good judge? Is there any good professor? Is there any good IAS officer?" I told him, no, there is nothing called good IAS officer, nothing called good IPS officer, nothing called good judge, advocate, chartered accountant, and no advocate, nobody. To be a good judge, to be a good IAS or IPS officer, to be a good professor, to be a good scientist, you have to be basically good at your heart. You have to be good human being first. That is what we need today. We have to be good human being. If we are good at heart, if we are good human being, then we will be doing everything for the good of the people, for the common man who is waiting for the research report, the common man who is waiting for the conclusions what we have concluded here in the deliberations. He is waiting for that. Then we will be able to do everything for him, everything for him. That is what we want. Then if that person feels that the people who are sitting in this hall and in this conclave here and deliberating, they are doing something for me, that is the great success for Vikasit Bharat. That is Vikasit Bharat. That is what we want, my dear friends. I know I was just diverting myself here and there, and as you know, politicians, they know how to talk irrelevant. So some sort of those thoughts have come to my mind, and I thought, because you people are dignified persons, you are learned persons, you have been doing research and everything for years together, what am I to tell you and what am I to guide here for you? You are yourself guide and what yourself are the dignified persons. I am very hopeful that after 2 days deliberations on different subjects, I was just going through the subjects, you will be certainly come out with some, in Hindi it is called as Navanita. So that Navanit, that whole butter of that will come out in the interest of the society, the people, and not only southern states of our country, but whole country will be benefited by your deliberation. That is what I feel. Nanni, namaskaram.
Thank you very much, sir, for your gracious and inspiring words and for your encouraging message that beautifully reinforces the spirit of this consultative meeting. Before we close the inaugural session, I now request Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao, Director, NCESS, to kindly present mementos to our esteemed dignitaries as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. First, may I request Director to kindly present the memento to Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, Honorable Governor of Kerala. May I request Dr. V.K. Saraswat to present the memento to Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, Honorable Governor of Kerala. Next, I request our Director to kindly felicitate Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Member, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog. Next, I request our Director to present a memento to Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science. Now I request Director to felicitate Professor Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior Advisor, Science and Technology, NITI Aayog. Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Member Dr. V.K. Saraswat, NITI Aayog, to present NITI Aayog's landmark reports, a roadmap for strengthening states, science and technology councils and pathway to progress, analysis and insights into India's innovation strategy, to Honorable Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, Honorable Governor of Kerala. Thank you, sir. With that, we conclude the inaugural session of this consultative meeting. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Governor of Kerala, our esteemed dignitaries, and all delegates and participants for your gracious presence and valuable contributions. May I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गागे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल गायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Before we move ahead, just a small announcement. We'll now have a group photograph here in the hall. May I request all delegates and participants to please stand at their places for their photograph. And may I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join everyone in the front of the photograph. Thank you for joining the photograph. May I now request Director Professor N.V. Chalpati Rao to kindly lead our esteemed dignitaries from the hall to the Neha Hall for the high tea. There is a small announcement. All participants are warmly invited to join for high tea arranged in the ground floor corridor. We request everyone to please reconvene in the hall by 11:50 for the start of the first technical session of the meeting. Thank you.
We'll begin the technical session within 2 minutes. I kindly request everyone to settle down. A very good morning to all. Myself Arya BK from NCESS. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you to the first technical session of the day. This session is centered on the vital theme, strengthening the R&D ecosystem, funding regulatory framework and administrative processes. Over the next 2 hours, we aim to highlight pathways to make research in India more efficient and outcome-driven by strengthening funding mechanisms, simplifying administrative processes, and fostering innovation through effective policy reforms. Before we begin, a small note to all, tea and coffee and water is available at the coffee room at all the time. And water is available here in the balcony area. All of you can have it anytime at your ease. And there's a note for the speakers. Each speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation. A reminder buzzer will sound at 7 minutes to help time efficiency. We request all speakers to kindly adhere to the allotted time to ensure a smooth flow to the session. And now, to lead this important discussion, we are deeply honored to welcome our moderator, Professor Swagata Dasgupta, Vice President of Indian Academy of Sciences, and Professor IIT Kharagpur, a recognized fellow of the IAS and fellow of INSA, globally distinguished biophysical chemist specializing in protein structure and interactions related to protein aggregation and protein nanoparticle interactions. Her pioneering research addresses areas related to protein aggregation and protein nanoparticle interactions. We extend our warmest welcome to you, ma'am. We are equally privileged to have with us eminent panel of distinguished speakers who continue to shape India's research landscape. I now invite our panel speakers to kindly take the dais. Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Dr. C. Ananta Ramakrishnan, Director, CSR National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology, Kerala. Dr. Sanjay Behari, Director, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology. Professor G.M. Nair, President, Kerala Academy of Sciences. Dr. Jayakara S.M., Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, Karnataka. Professor N.K. Lokanath, Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore. Professor Dr. N.J. Muthukumar, Director General, Central Council for Research in Siddha. Dr. Dennis Ashok S., Director, Sponsored Research and Consultancy, VIT Vellore. And Professor Senthil M., Deputy Director, SBV Innovation Ecosystem, Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth, Puducherry. Please be seated. Now with the esteemed panel being assembled, I have the honor of handing our proceedings to our respected moderator, Professor Swagata Dasgupta, to commence and lead the panel discussion.
Minutes left. So a very good morning to all of you. I'm honored to be having asked to moderate this session, a very important session, considering funding, regulatory framework, and administrative processes. Now, I will not take much time because most of what our footwork has been, or our path has been set by the wonderful talks that we had, or the wonderful expressions of ideas that we had in the morning, leading us to what we actually have to do. So what I will actually walk you through is a brainstorming session we did have in the Indian Academy of Sciences last year, based on this topic, on the ease of doing research in India. So I'll just tell you about the items because I don't want to take much time from the others. So the issue was, for example, the overall low budget for research, the delays in evaluation. Now, most of these points have already been spoken about or talked about in the previous session, and the limited flexibility in fund utilization. Now, considering that this was done last year, if you look at some of the points, some of these have actually already been addressed, which is a wonderful thing. Another thing that I feel we lack is very limited postdoctoral opportunities. These postdoctoral opportunities are extremely important in building a research environment. And as you can see, we say that we always go abroad to do these postdoctoral. We should have a similar postdoctoral atmosphere environment here so that we can build our labs accordingly. Then we have limiting recurring to support for high-end facilities. This is another issue where we give the money for building or for purchase of a very high-end equipment. Then the university or the research institutions do not have the means to support them. So that becomes an issue. Then we have other positions for lab managers and project managers. This is also something we should consider. And about the low number of fellowships. Some of these have been already taken care of. The difficulty in getting foreign postdocs, approval of foreign funding. And another issue is about some of these issues particularly have been taken care of. And one last issue here about audit teams. Audit teams do not understand research perspectives. So if we have a scientist and an audit team who can actually say what the problem is, a reaction doesn't work. I have to go to plan B. Then how do we take this forward? But the audit team doesn't understand that. So we have to consider this. Another aspect, particularly for postdoctorals, is the age. The age, we should have an age relaxation. There is no need, anybody can do research or come to academics anytime in their lives. It's their interest that brings them here. And I believe that is going to take us a lot further. And then we have this industry-academia linkage that was talked about, over-dependence on imported materials that was very evident during the pandemic period, and discovery research in industry. We do not map together. So we're not looking at industry problems, and the science problems that we do not cater to the industry as much as we would like it to. So with this very brief talk, I did not go into the actual items for the interest of time. We appreciate all the contributions from all the participants and institutions across India, and I will discuss with you about this later. So it stands ready to engage with relevant government bodies to facilitate the implementation of these recommendations to obviously enhance the ease of doing science in India. And with this, we will go over to the panel discussions. I mean the talks. Chancellors and directors all around me, it makes me difficult here. And also, unlike NCESS, I'm the only woman here. Okay, so we start off with, 7 minutes you're ringing a bell. So Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu, please.
Actually, what you have to do is not important.
Just sit
Sit
here.
while sitting inside. Getting in and out unless you are very particular to your some people want to, like I prefer to go I feel I'm controlling the whole thing. Good morning, one and all. I'm so happy to be here. I can say representing Tamil Nadu as a Vice Chancellor of Central University of Tamil Nadu. Sir, I am so happy. The topic is very important, particularly the topic what you had given to us, strengthening R&D ecosystem. It's very important. because whenever you want to expect something new from the research, funding is very important. Before I am telling that, I am going to tell about that the Central University of Tamil Nadu is established in the year 2009, where we have the one faculty member, the 4 students in this Central University of Tamil Nadu. But I am so happy to tell that we have now 187 faculty members, permanent faculty members with 4,000 students in the campus. The campus is 514 acres, but I proudly say that the students from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, you can see, they are admitted by CUET and examination. So our students are very brilliant. Why? Because they are coming from the national entrance test. We have the 28 departments, 9 schools we are working together. But when I joined as a Vice Chancellor in this university in 22, where I feel that my students are very brilliant, so what I can use that I am looking for my society, right? So why? Because that all 514 acres, it's given by my agriculture people, my society people. So the university is not only for giving the degree or giving the job or giving that or to give the platform to earn the money. How you are going to give something, even our honorable, governor rightly told that, how we are going to find out some innovation or excellence and it's going to solve the problem in my society. That's the thing I have taken number 1. Why? Because if you are seeing to or if you are visiting our university, there are about 45 villages are there. They are not having proper drinking water. They don't have that proper, road. And they don't have that proper street light. What the university is going to do that? Because they have given everything. But what we are going to give back? That is my first idea. So all the students, for example, Department of Chemistry should go to the village, analyze the drinking water of my village and provide the solution for that. That's the number 1. Number 2, the university put the solar light for all the street of my village. Number 3, you can see that the government school, where elementary school, where they don't see that computers, what they are going to do that, right? So I know that my faculty members, they don't want to use the old computers. Every day they are upgrading. So I had given all the computers with the permission of my statutory bodies to the schools. Even I'm not thinking that they are going to use it. They can break it. They can see the computer, right? And also I have the strong psychology department. But we are collaborate with the government of Tamil Nadu and also that the NGOs. We are seeing that the stress in the police people. So we are giving that what you call psychosociological impact for the police people and give the solution for that. So the type of society-oriented problem we are taking, by that we want to do something for that. Okay, you can ask that. Last 4 years, what you have achieved on that? If you are seeing that, number 1, granting is very important. When I joined, my universities, I don't know where they are in NIRF ranking. They are in the P plus in the NAC grade. But I look into that. Ranking is very much important. So if you want to go for the ranking, how we can improve the ranking? Number 1, publications. Number 2, facilities. Number 3, output of collaboration. And then number 4, we are looking for the industry. So the 4 things I achieved, how I can say that? Now, we got that A plus grade in the NAC from P plus. That's the number 1. Number 2, in the last 4 years, we are maintaining our NIRF ranking. By that, in the below 100, where we can eligible to apply the grant. That is a very important thing. Number 4, we want to improve the publications. Sir, I very humbly I tell that my H index of my university, when I joined in 22, my H index of the university is only 44. Now we reached 87. So when we are reaching 87, that more than 60 you should have the H index, and you should have that NIRF ranking. Below 100, then only you can apply for that ANRF project. Sir, I proudly say that the university faculty, all the science faculty got the DST FIST project. Almost all the department got it. Once we have the FIST project, so all that, that individual project, sometimes we can't get the fund for that sophisticated instrument. But we got it by through the FIST. Once I have the FIST, once I have the NIRF ranking, and once I have that, what you call the H index, now I eligible to get that DST PERS project. It's worth about 7.3 crores. Right. Once I have the facility and also the publication of my student, sir, please come one day to CUTN. That all the instruments are open to all the students, not only my students, throughout the state. Last 2 years summer, we are getting more than 200 students from various universities from Tamil Nadu to come and use that sophisticated instruments in our university. Of course, I am increasing the IRG by collecting 5,000 rupees per student, but same time, even some of the university, my local student, even they didn't see that instrument, now they are getting it. Right. After that, the propagation is going on very well. Society is giving high grade. Now we got the ANRF project. Right? In the ANRF we are joining. Sir, we were inviting to join in the ANRF. The IIT Madras collaborate with the CUTN. Now as a first grant, we got 2.2 crores to give the fellowship. Right? To give the fellowship to exchange the student from one university another university where we can go for that, the 1,000 crores project. So that's the way. Now second thing, NIT is coming forward, NIT of Tiruchirappalli, where we can have that SADI project. So that's the way now we are giving. Within that 1 minute I can say how I am encouraging my research scholars, research scientists. Number one, any students pass in that what you call that JRF, I am giving 5,000 rupees from the university fund. And any teacher, it's going for the patent, I give 25,000 for that, what you call the teacher. And any teacher is going for the publication, more than 7, we are supporting all the publication fee. That is the thing. And also that first university, supporting the not only the teacher and also that non-teaching staff to go for the conference in any country by giving 90,000 rupees support to the teaching and non-teaching, staff. So finally all accumulated, what happened, you know that? My university now holding 3 industry inside the university, right? That industry is working with us, with my university. Now almost 120 students getting the fellowship, even they are studying. When they are studying that degree, they are getting the fellowship, monthly stipend 8,000 rupees, second year 9,000, third year 10,000, and they are giving the bond. When you are completing that course, then they are giving the job with a worth of 50,000 rupees per month as a salary. So that is the way we are doing it, right? So please, we have to work together. Collaboration is very important. Finally, I want to tell that, right? All the things should go for different universities. So whatever you are having the facility, it's a taxpayer's money. It should use for other people. It's not our own property. With this, the university is going very well. So we are increasing that ranking, granting, and everything. So finally, I can say that the NITI Aayog and the support of my ministry, we got 385 crores to uplift that university in another 2 years. Thank you very much for giving the time.
Next is Dr. C. Anatha Ramakrishnan, Director, CSR List.
Most respected Saraswat sir, respected Ravichandran sir, Dr. Chandrapati Rao sir, chairman of the today's session.
It's not working.
Yeah, sorry for the delay, we got it. My time starts now. Ease of doing the research or business, if you look at what our country is facing is, one is that import substitutes. And when we wanted to go for the Viksit Bharat, we wanted to make it all the research or whatever the component, everything has to be indigenous. That's what we are looking into that. If we wanted to go on that scenario, what we are wanted to change our approach is, one is the conventional R&D and second one is the R&D in the innovation. So both are entirely different way of looking into that. Conventional R&D is the knowledge creation. Here is a translation that is experimental, design-driven, and incremental, destructive, or the infrastructural impact. Why I am talking all these things? Our Saraswat are mentioned about that. Critical materials and minerals. If you wanted to VVMs, if you wanted to go for flexible solar, battery chemicals, where are we? We are not much compared to our China. So we need to make it entirely different approach in this R&D. So we wanted to go over R&D innovation cycle, means first we have to concept, building the design, then putting in the test, scaling up and production, that level. We are not doing that one. TRL level 4 to 5 we are stopping in our laboratory. Now we need to move on 4 to 5 to 7 to 8. How to link that gap? That is the important one. Based on that only my presentation I made it. One is that infrastructure challenge. If you look at the infrastructure challenge to see such type of R&D, one is that MIT X Center, the design center, or the Monash University Design Center. Both are doing business also well, and they're supplementing most of the industry, interdisciplinary industries. We need to make it the design, prototype there itself, then we have to make the final product, market analysis, make it into the large scale, pilot scale. How are you going to do that next generation design center, including the visual base and AIML? The present scenario, how are you going to equip this? This is the important one. Maybe we need to look some design center, for example, even Southern, if you look at the Trivandrum, we can have one single design centers to cater all 8 central institutions as well as the state institution. Like that, we need to build our infra. And most of the institutions now 50 years old. Institution is 50 years old, means all the equipment also old. DST has some scheme to upgrade their equipment or the software. We need to think the similar manner for most of the other infra fund also needed for us. The funding challenge, most of our institutions, we are looking only government funding. It is not only we have to think private funding as well. That's where problem starts. Private means the time, turnaround time is very, very less. If you have to do the 6 months or the 1 year time of the project, what is the instrumental setup or the administrator setup inside our government system? That's what we need to think. We need a 2 type of system to run, one for the government system, one for the private system. Then we can turn around time for the delivery will be very, very high. That alignment has to come. That is the one way of looking into that. And multi-agency, how to go ahead with that? What are the frameworks with the work with the multi-agency, government agency, private and partnership? That, how to do that we have to look into that. Administrative challenges, one is that delay in fund release, most of us we discussed. One more thing is the PFMS system. It's a good system, but problem is 31st March, all the money will go back. The next 2 months, we are not able to pay salary for our project staff. Second one is the delay. September or October, they are releasing the fund. How we can expect to spend before 31st? But now CSIR, I'm happy to say that most of the projects, we are releasing 1st of April itself. All the fund has been released from the last year onwards. So that will help us to spend as quick as possible. But we need to plan well in ahead. If you wanted to get the fund release on the April 1st, means we have to submit all the proposal, everything before 6 months itself to complete, then get all the IFD concurrence and everything. So that type of administrative system has to be in place in all the institution level itself. And the planning and every monitoring, each and every person desktop should have the system, account monitoring system to see that, including the directors to see how much money. Otherwise, if you are not spending, you are getting money returning back. That is the one thing we have to simplify. Whole institution has to be digitally managed. Then you can see that how much money we are spending, what is that, where we need to deploy that money, all these things we can think about it, that administrative challenge. Another one great thing is the recruitment challenge. Any project, we are taking the government 2 years to 3 years, industry is 1 year. Recruitment procedures, 21 days we have to give the advertisement. After the interview, 15 days call letter. Then going for the interview, then 15 days we are giving. Minimum 60 days to recruit one project student. Then within 2 years, if he resigns or she resigns, another 1 or 2 months we are losing. The 24 months we are losing almost 4 months. This is the problem. And earlier, all the oil company, they decided to go ahead with the whoever gate qualified, gate ranking is the recruitment process. Simply whoever qualified this year gate, that ranking based on that they get. We are also conducting CSIR, JRF, SRF and the gate. We need a general policy. This is the ranking. Anyone can recruit directly from the ranking. Application once received, immediately based on the ranking, we can allow to recruit. Then we can reduce such type of interview, all these things. So that increase that delay or increases the efficiency in the recruitment challenges and the fast track hiring. And the pool, central pool can be created. Whoever wanted to have the scientific community wanted to apply any job, that can be on database. So it can be created by the any of the research institutes, CSIR or the Earth Science. Anybody can create such a database. They can simply post their things. We can search from there, then we can easily hire it. So some mechanisms needed for the recruitment problem for executing our project. Collaboration challenge is another one. If you look at Trivandrum itself as the example, we have 8 central institutions. Thanks to our Sanjay Begari sir, we signed a MOU, all the 8 institutions. Now I can access Sri Chitra without director's permission. FMRI, we are doing the experiment. They can come to NIST for the TEM analysis, they don't have. Like that flexibility we made it. It is not only central institutions, we need to work with the state institution. The collaboration with the state institution, how to do that. That framework, we need to do that, some policy set up for that. Then how to work with, suppose for example, NIST, how to work with IIT Chennai. Still, I have to pass through the policy and the approval and all. So how to break this barrier, some framework, if NITI Aayog has done, then it will be easy for us to make some platform for that, and then overlapping. Same work is happening here or another places, 3-4 places, everywhere. AML has come, everybody started working, and who is doing, which model they are doing, what is the infrastructure, everything has to be standardized. So how to do that when we are doing the collaboration, these things can be done. Technology transfer and industry engagement, another one. I said it's a TRL 4-5, we are stopping. We need to move on to up means we need IP. Who is hold the IP? Big problem working with the industries, who holds the IP? Joint IP is allowed, some of the institutions, still big problem for that. How to transfer the IP, that trust between the industry and the institution, and when we wanted to transfer to the other institution, again another problem is that IP. That IP has to be make it more flexible. Between the two parties they can do that, we need an open policy for that. How much money you invest, that much how we are going to do that. Still, for example, some of the institutions, we can't stake hold on the company. Until we are not holding on the company stake, our equity share, we are not able to do that. Until that, how we are making the money for the institute? We wanted to make it 30% of the money. Until unless equity share, institute has to get, then it's possible to do. Some policy framework has to be brought into that. Thank you so much, sir. You have shown the CSIR OM, but still equity share is still difficult under that framework. We are working under the CSIR reforming. We are going to protect that equity share and that. Policy regulations, again, we need to do that. Some technology we have made it, deployment, policy is not all. For example, biomedical waste, we developed in the CSIR, but we have to get a clearance from Ministry of Environmental and Forest. But that institution can't do that. That who will do much between the what we made the technology? We can make the technology, but we can't make it that to policy implement. We are struggling to do last 1 year, so we need somebody to help us to do that. We are not able to understand their language. Institute can do technology development, deployment, and the policy clearance all is the another one issue we need to do that. Other constraints are earlier CUT and Vice Chancellor told, Tiruvaru is the only village type of area. Who will go that? Kasargod. And small towns, the development of the science is the big problem. We are talking about 2015, till then we have only 42 unicorns. Today 111 unicorns. Where it comes? If you look at IIT Chennai and IIT Mumbai, most of the unicorns comes from these places in the research organization, what I'm talking. But other institutions, why we are not able to improve that? So that we need to expand it. How to do that? Some policy framework, some mechanisms to link to that type of language to speak to the people, how to make unicorns or the startups in the future. Thank you so much for your attention.
Can I make a last word before I leave? My request to all of you is, very interesting discussion is going on. From my talk, again, I would like to request you to address both the dimensions of science, technology, innovation, ecosystem improvement. The external dimension and the internal dimension. What Mr. Radhakrishnan mentioned just now. There are many things which form part of the internal dimension. There are many things which form part of the external dimension. Many times we use the word policy, and I personally believe it is a scapegoat. It has nothing to do with that. When we are not able to do something, there should be a policy. So please don't get into that domain. Policy is you. For example, if CSIR, its own laboratories have to make a system of recruitment, whether they can take a NEET qualified or GATE qualified or whatever that, these are all internal. It has nothing to do with policy. It's a policy which the institution has to form. So please address both and make sure that we are adding value to this discourse. Repeating ourselves will not help. We should add value. So my request is add value so that this document becomes very, very good and we are able to change the ecosystem in the country for science and technology. Thanks for coming and making it happen. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Sanjay Bihari, Director of Sri Chitra. Sri Chitra is the only medical institution in the Department of Science and Technology, which is actually making a lot of innovations in medical devices. We've made deep brain stimulation. We've made left ventricular assist device. We translate almost 5 products per year, and we not translate, commercialize, and translate nearly 7 to 8 products, and we have almost 50 patents per year.
Your mic, can you please?
Okay. So almost, can you hear me well? Yeah. So almost we have commercialized almost 5 products per year. We have translated almost 7 to 8 biomedical devices every year, and almost 50 patents a year, and between 139 faculty members. So I'd like to talk a little bit about this, about personal development, education, entrepreneurship, and policy. So, I mean, you know, science, enhancement of science does not come from universities. It's come from, you know, the basic schools and everything. And there is a law which says there is no excuse for being ignorant. So the first important thing is that we know nothing about intellectual property, incubation cell, patents, funding. And I think every university first needs to focus on starting these in their own institutions. Every institution should have intellectual property. Every school should have a course of intellectual property. Another important thing is, please actively move towards dual degree programs. If you are in earth sciences, your earth sciences can focus or can start a program with CDAC in computer sciences. So that, you know, this dual degree program, in Sri Chitra we have started biomedical technology with health. So anybody who's done DM or MCH also combines with engineers to make medical devices. It's a 5-year program, a dual degree program. Then adjunct professors we have to hire. Because what happens is there is a person who comes from outside, and most of the people, they're growing people from within. But when people come from outside, they give a breath of fresh air, which actually needs. A compulsory policy of immersion is absolutely essential. Every young faculty member should be allowed to go to other institutions and also, you know, and go to industry and actually see for himself or herself how it has to be done. One important thing is publications. I mean, it's not only for publications. Somebody has to objectively teach people about publications and about, you know, ethical properties, what are those challenges in publications. All this has to be really, really streamlined in every institution. You must have a Department of Scientific Communication which talks about how to make slides, how to make presentations and all that. And one important point is how to write a project grant. I'm in several national committees, and nobody even knows how to write a project grant, how to collaborate with different institutions to actually work on this. And one important aspect is documentation and checklists. Most of the people are just not focusing on documentation, the data which is coming out. We don't know how to use that data. We have a data policy, but it is absolutely not being implemented everywhere. So I really think we need to focus on a very viable way of using our data and also checklists for every single protocol that we want to develop. The second relates to education. Our students, we must have a foundation training at entry. They have to sort out so many things. They have to workflows, time schedules, duties and responsibilities, information systems, introduction to subspecialty. They don't even know who the people are in their own departments. We never have an introductory classes for them. What is record keeping, research responsibilities, consent taking, breaking bad news, basic procedures they don't know, how to use instruments they don't know, ethics, confidentiality. All these need to be an integral part in the first month. It should be mandatory for every government organization, every private organization to have this as soon as a person enters into the organization. Of course, we had this All India, I was the editor of Neurology India, so we had this All India, on neurosurgery residents, we got this quiz, and they said we're just not interested in all these didactic lectures, boring lectures that you take. They want participative teaching. No lecture should be more than 20 minutes. Okay, bedside teaching, mentorship, cadaveric dissections, group discussions, evidence-based learning, clinico-pathological correlation, electronic teaching, short focused teaching less than 20 minutes, and electronic resource material and group discussions. Nobody wants a 1-hour lecture of any class. Then a very interesting thing is credit-based evaluation has to come in the college. Because most of them within 3 months, they want evaluation. It's very interesting that the poll said that they want evaluation. We have one evaluation at the end of 3 years. This is absolutely wrong. This is very, very important for their overall growth. And another very important thing is there has to be a structured training format. Like, for example, if you're in a particular area, there has to be a centralized system which actually controls the training format, like happens this record of in-training assessment, where the student in 6 months comes to that centralized agency and asks, okay, this is one area that I'm lacking, or this is one area I'm interested in. And that centralized agency facilitates it for him. For example, if I'm a surgeon and I say, I don't have enough exposure to functional disorders, I can do skull-based surgery very well, but I can't do enough of functional disorder. They'll say, okay, we will now post you in this particular institution where you can do functional disorders. This happens in the UK, this happens in the US. At Dartmouth, I saw this, I saw it in Newcastle, but this has to come and become an integral part of Indian ecosystem, where the student demands what he wants or she wants every 6 months. Then simulation and virtual reality. We are starting a school of simulation in Sri Chitra, and we need to have simulation and virtual reality as an integral part of our teaching program. Another very important aspect is teaching based on modules. One subject teacher will come and teach on, say, chemistry, one will come on physics, one will come on biology. Supposing you have a module in which 3-4 people of a similar background come together and the student comes together, then you can have a very nice module-based teaching which is of interest to the student who's actually interested in that particular module. So that is a very important aspect of it. And of course, everybody's now wearing digital watches, and 99% of all our curriculum is not actually utilizing any digital technology. It should become an integral part of all your educational programs, because that is a very important thing. The third thing leads to entrepreneurship, that whenever you must have translation, proof of concept, pilot production, preclinical evaluation, clinical evaluation, and finally device development. All this should come in the curriculum. We must also understand that when we are making devices, we have to make deep tech devices which will be useful for people. But along with those deep tech devices, we also have to make some low tech devices which actually enhances your credibility. When that doesn't happen, it becomes a big important point. Another thing is entrepreneurship collaboration. It could be of many types. only intellectual, complete incubation, collaboration in specific areas. So it could be industry is co-producing with you. All this is going on, all these models are going on in Sri Chitra, and all this have to be in car. And of course, hand-holding is a very important aspect, because any incubation center, they just struggle with it, but you have to actually have product development, team hiring, working capital, legal services, raw materials, licenses, marketing and sales, office space, administration. All this should be taught to that incubatee. This is never done. Finally comes to the policies. A central website portal has to be there for real-time exhibiting of government funding opportunities. Central portal for exhibiting expression of interest for devices made by different scientific organizations. Permitting doctors to be members of Section 8 companies. They are the end users, and they are not a part of Section 8 companies. And that means that the end users, all the technology people are making the devices, but the end users are not involved in it. That's a very important aspect. Having nationwide testing services. People forget that unless there is good testing, any device is useless, because longevity of a device is based on how good it is in quality. And reducing timeline for granting statutory permission is a very important aspect. It takes nearly 10 years for any device to be actually taken to the market. That's a very important thing. And having a book of information on the initiatives and the laws of Government of India, it should come every 6-month interval. The PDF should be circulated to every university. What are the new laws on a particular aspect? Then finally, development parks are very important, because the industry comes very close to the academia. Then having a website for angel investors and venture capitalists and CSR fund-giving industries to seek entrepreneurs who are at a reasonable translational readiness level for supporting them to get their devices into the market. This is a very important aspect. To have institutional incubation centers, handhold affiliated university innovators and entrepreneurships in the hub and spoke model. So you're talking about villages. You can't just go to the villages and do anything. Nobody can do anything there. You don't have the ecosystem for it. But in a hub and spoke model, you can handhold them and get them. You know, you can have 10 outreach programs with one central university. That could be, sorry, just 1 minute more. And encouraging multi-centric human trials is a very important problem. You make a medical device, you cannot test it on human beings. So what is that aspect that we need to do? And finally, we have national awards for medical innovation. You should not give an award till that particular product is commercialized. Thank you very much.
Next we have Professor G.M. Nair from the Kerala Academy of Sciences, the President of the Kerala.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Madam Chairperson, fellow panelists and distinguished members in the audience. I'm G.M. Nair, representing Kerala Academy of Sciences, a regional academy which has got mandate of a national level. We do many things for uplifting science and scientific temperament. I know that there is 10 minutes, so I don't go further. Starting from what our governor, Honorable Governor has said, scientific social responsibility. Now, whenever you speak of science, science should reach the society. That's what the major mandate is. Now, any development, if you want to become a Vikasit Bharat by 2047, it is necessary that we should take science, the vision of Jawaharlal Nehru, take science to the society, make products for the society, and so that I'm sure that society gets empowered. I will not read. So it's necessary that bridge science, society, science, and society, science gaps. You know, this is what is very important. When you look at what is happening in the scenario, we have so much of things happening in the basic science. Applied translational research, you know, these are all terms being used, but I do not know how much of applied is going as translational and to a product.
Funding, again, we have, many of you have discussed, so I'm not going too much, but then regulatory framework is very important, especially being a biotechnologist, I know that the constraints of regulatory and getting approvals. Administrative process, we have discussed so much things. Dr. Ravichandran also has said about this. Shaping skillful and industry-ready human resources. This is one of the major constraints that we face. Now, when you look at the whole scenario, research in India as a whole, we have the basic research which results in publications, patents. Patents are awarded, but they never get translated into a product. So they are sealed for 20 years and nothing happens to that. So that's what the basic research. When you come to the applied research, you say that it's applied. But then again, the translation is very minimum. All those research that is happening is dumped into what is known as the valley of death. So unless we mine it out and do something, I'm sure that's one of the need of the hour that we should. So we will have, once you translate the basic research, this basic is very important because that's the foundation for everything. So once you do that, it's necessary that you need to translate it, you have mechanism to translate it, and then we will have process, products, startups, entrepreneur ventures, which would shape up products which will go to the society. That's what the scientific social responsibility. Now, when you look at the constraints that we have, limited capacity in technology transfer and IP management, this is one of the major constraints. None of the institutions have a well-defined IP management program, so we need to address that. So we need to have technology transfer offices and IP management support. Insufficient interdisciplinary and mission-oriented research. Interdisciplinary is seldom happening. We speak a lot of interdisciplinary science, multidisciplinary. Even the NEP 2020 speaks about holistic, inclusive and multidisciplinary science. But what is needed is that you have several examples of multidisciplinary science being practiced, and I'm sure that best products and best results would come when the whole thing goes interdisciplinary. Now, there's a few such, these are some of those constraints that we face. Increased public investment, as we know that we all know it, 7.7% is the GDP that we have. We need to increase it. Streamline regulatory framework. As I said, being a biotechnologist, one of the major constraints is that there is no biomedical research or clinical trials, AAA and biotechnology. The approvals are very important. So it takes a lot of time to get something getting approved. So we need to have specific mechanisms why a coordinated regulatory architecture is very important to the regulatory framework. Strengthening ethical safety and data. Dr. Sanjay Bihari also said about this. Ethical concerns, see, anything that you make as a science and when you generate a knowledge, it should be that ethically it should be foolproof. There should not be any, that's what is happening, plagiarism, withdrawal, all these are happening just because we are not ethical in that way. We should have a streamline, what is happening? Okay. Now we need to, okay. So we need to increase the R&D spending. Current is 40% or maybe 70%, that would really. Promote academia, industry, government collaboration. Academia never interacts with industries. This is one of the major constraints being in science for the past 45 years at different places. I feel that industry is not being looped into the academic system. The reason being that we don't do anything which is conducive to the industry environment. Industries will not invest anything unless it is profitable to them. So you need to have them into, as Sanjay Bihari, we need to have them into our academic curriculum. We need to have them as adjunct faculty and then involve them in all our bodies so that I'm sure that they will have a say in what kind of shaping should be done, especially in the case of human resource development, and how much of what is that those industry ready products are being made, as well as that we will have something connected to the industry which can go to the society. Incentivize, that's what again what is happening. When you industry academia collaboration, because I remember 10 years, Kerala thinks ahead of time many times, See, Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. 10 years before we have started a partnering industry and academic research pair program, which has shaped into one of the most fruitful ones. And we have several programs being run where we were talking about the industry supporting research through fellowships. And the candidate would work for a product which is which can be given to the industry. So it's a win-win situation for all the people. I'm sure this is one of the most. And one example is that what we have done is win-win technology. They wanted to make a handheld Raman spectroscope. Through this program, we made a handheld spectrophotometer, Raman spectroscope, which could go into about 2 lakh rupees as compared to 18 lakhs when you have to import it. So because it's that, and Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, I'm sure this would be something which can definitely take in. And we have several agencies partnering with us. So we have also, again I said, Kerala government thinks ahead of it. Translational research and incubation centers. We have 3 centers in the different places. A pair program I have said. Now GST has started, NRF has started this partnership for accelerating innovation and research in India, hub and spoke model, where a hub would be something which is in 10 NIRF ranking, and the spoke would be those institutions which need real refinement and commitment. DST, NRF, is coming in a big way with a lot of support and coming in. Enhance intellectual property support and technology transfer. Again, I said this is very important. We have a lot of intellectual property which does not shape into a product. So public-private technology platforms are needed for this, and sharing this with NITI Aayog, I'm sure they would look into this. Build research infrastructure. I represent a central laboratory for instrumentation and facilitation in Kerala University. It's a big facility with about 30 high-end equipment, which is open to everyone, and we also are connected to iSTEM portal, so anyone across the country can make use of it, very making, like what Dr. Chelapuri Rao said about the facility over here. So we working liaison with each other, and I'm sure that this would be, and that's one of the major things that is needed, because you may have everything, but you don't have a particular instrument that you're using. Buying it would be several crores. So if you have a central facility this way, so I'm very proud that I was associated with this. Data repositories, again, data science is marching ahead, so you need to have supercomputing clusters and pay-per-use model. National research in infrastructure, so I said about CLIF, and then we have Sati facility. Of course, unfortunately, we were about to get a Sati facility from DST. The last moment we didn't get it, but we would have, had we got it, I'm sure that the CLIF would have been a national facility by now, but somehow it didn't happen. Bio-E3 policy is again major policy that's being brought in by the Department of Biotechnology, where so much of components are being said about it, and especially the biofoundry, which is shared facility which could be established in many places. BIRAC, BioNest, TIMED, of course TIMED, in these are places where you can incubate your products, or maybe an industry setup and all that. Revitalize Skill Vigyan program of DBT. Again, empowering people through Skill Vigyan program. Kerala State Council for Science, Technology, and Environment does that. Foster capacity building, as I said. Health, strategic national R&D vision and roadmap. Maybe that you can, healthcare, energy, climate resilience, digital transformation, and biotechnology. NITI Aayog can think of making something unified kind of thing. Increase and diversified R&D funding. So from 0.7%, if you make it into much more bigger, I'm sure we will have enough of it. National Innovation Fund for high risk, high reward research. I'm just stopping it. Capacity building and postdoctoral fellowships and all those, like ACST, Kerala State Council for Science, Technology, Environment, has got all the programs which is available with DST over there. Re-entry fellowship we have simplified transfer. That's what I've been told, that transparent funding, and there should be a one single window clearance mechanism. Projects are sanctioned, but then no questions asked. So what happens to that? So maybe that there should be a real-time basis where there is a successful project should be continued without kind of any hurdles. So these are some of the things which I wanted to say. Research governance and autonomy. Monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment, fostering state-level R&D ecosystems. Kerala government that way is Bio-E3 policy, where so many things Dr. Jitendra Singh has recently announced all these great programs under Bio-E3 economics. And for that matter, again, I would like to tell to Dr. Ravichandran, Kerala is things ahead of things. We have a bioeconomic policy.
We can continue this during the discussion.
Okay, that's okay. Okay. A robust, transparent, and inclusive R&D ecosystem powered by adequate funding, simplified regulations, and empowered institutions will transform into a global knowledge and innovation hub by 2040. Thank you very much, and sorry for that.
Yes, please. Now we have Dr. Jayakara, Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University. Sorry, I have to stop you because
Yeah. Very good afternoon, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, all the leaders of higher education, research and development. And I'm from Bangalore University. The Bangalore University is one of the oldest, is the third oldest university in the state of Karnataka. And whatever the achievements we have done in our university, majorly through our research and development. And our recent NIRF rank, 65th positions among all the universities and 26th position among the state universities of this country. And our NAC accreditation 4 cycle, it was A++, our CGPA was 3.75. And we have been reflected in international ranking also. In the global ranking too, Bangalore University shines bright, placed among the top 100 in QS 2020 world ranking, among the top 400 in BRICS 2020 ranking. It is also ranked 9th among India's multidisciplinary universities by India Today. And we have the 47 postgraduate departments and 220 undergraduate, 94 postgraduate programs, and 296 affiliated the colleges. And presently, nearly 150,000 students are studying under our university. And most of the classrooms, all the research equipments, everything is ICT enabled, and we have got a research funding. We have got under PM Usha, Meru, we have got 100 crores from the government of India, and recently on Anusandhan National Research Foundation through Indian Institute of Science on advanced material research, we have got 10 crores from hub and spoke model. And most of our faculty members, their names are reflected in the 2% of world top scientists of Stanford, the universities, and even the publications also. Last 3 years, we have got around 3,028 Scopus and Web of Science journals. Average citation index is 4,778. Overall H index is 36. And we have been, because since I was there in Bangalore University, and you all know the most of the leaders from the universities and top institutions, there is always, especially in non-teaching category, the people feel sad about the research funding, all those things. And I came to know that because any research the proposal or any utilization of funding, I used to sit in the chair, I used to call registrar, register of evaluation, PMEB, IQSC, and finance officer. Any matter we used to settle on the table itself, because then only because we have to give a lot of importance to the research, otherwise it will not move. And UGC, Bhasha Bharati Samiti has entrusted Bangalore University is one of the nodal center for developing original Kannada textbooks across all the disciplines. We have already completed 20 books, and we are planning to complete nearly 150 books by end of this year. And we have started internship embedded degree programs, lot of innovative employability related undergraduate programs also. And even government of Karnataka, they have awarded 50 lakhs for the best university in examination practice. And this is an end-to-end is a digitalized examination center. And especially, I don't want to take much of your time since all the NITI Aayog and secretaries of government of India, everybody is here. And most of the state universities are facing the faculty, because we have got 100 crores funding from PM Usha. Other day, our joint secretary had come. I requested him. But earlier, maybe around 10, 15 years back, there was a faculty recharge program from UGC. And even our university also, we have got 6, 7 faculty. They are very good. And they have selected truly on merit. And they are well focused into the research. And such things should happen, because most of the state universities, we don't require money. We want faculty, then only research and development will progress. And most of our departments, even we have our university law college, we have a legal clinics in most of the rural areas. We have been doing most of the even social science departments also. And as Professor Krishnan sir told, we have been working for the rural mass. And even our research scholars also, from our internal resources, we are paying 25,000 for junior research scholars, and senior research scholars 28,000 we have been paying. And we're all doing good work, and most of the state universities, we have problem with the faculty. I think the NITI Aayog should direct government of India and do something to recruitment of our faculty, then everything will go in smoothly. Thank you very much.
Professor Lokanath.
And one more thing, Madam, I have pointed a few things, because even the legislators like MP, MLAs, they gave developmental grants, and such grants may be utilized for the research work also, because it's a social research and problem solving research. If they spend some money for the some small short term research, and country will progress. Thank you, Madam.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I am Professor Loknath, the Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, the oldest university, of 6th oldest university in India. As my colleague Dr. Jacob Shetty has mentioned, that all state universities have the same problem of recruitment problem. That would be okay. So always, whenever we have a meeting with NITI Aayog or DST or DBT, we always think that the university should be epicenter of creativity, discovery, and problem solving. It's always our motto. The problem with the funding, currently the challenges we have, a fragmented and limited funding across HIs. So if you look at the overall funding distribution, it is very limited funding. And we as a government, public universities mainly depend upon the government. So we over-dependence of government resources. And one more thing is, I observed was inequitable distribution, concentrated only in selected institutions, like elite institutions. And there is an insufficient support for emerging and regional universities. As a fact, everybody is looking for research technology. So as a University of Mysore, the students coming to the basic sciences has been reduced. That we are coming to that. Therefore, the last 10 years, we have an innovative programs where the professors will go to the schools to popularize the science in high schools particularly, because nowadays high school teachers are not good in teaching science. So result of that, around 40 to 50% of enrollment of students to science program has increased enormously in our universities. And also, we are getting a good number of research students to enter into the PhD program. The resulting of that, so we need to popularize the science in the rural. And most important thing is, and also I thank the RUSA, they have given us some amount to create a startup and innovation center so that we can able to stimulate our research and governance. And also we are looking at the interdisciplinary research and as well as the administrative process where we can think about efficiency and transparency. So in my opinion, we need to create a state research foundation linked to the NRF for decentralized R&D funding. So very important, the state has to create some research foundations. And also it will be better to develop regional innovation hubs focusing on local and socio-economic challenges instead of giving a general one. So regional innovation hubs should be created. And also we need to understand the importance of higher education institution, industry and community linkages to make research more socially impactful. And also we need to develop some mentorship. That's the most important in the universities. And also I looked at the other aspects of the research and technology in India. We should support the Viksit Bharat. Also we should increase our global research competitiveness, which is very less now. And also we should also contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and also encourages Atmanirbhar Bharat. Therefore, in my opinion, I would suggest some recommendations on this August body. Better to create the National Research Foundation with state research foundations. And for transparency in research, you have to develop a national R&D digital dashboard for transparency and tracking. And strengthen interdisciplinary center of excellence at university level. Because most of the time, students are coming to the universities will be very large. In our university, the students are around 110,000 students are there. So we need to, for them, we need to understand the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, we need to strengthen by making the centers at university level. And also build human capital through continuous research training and mentoring. So in this way, we can able to evolve all universities as well as institutions to research that growth which will lead to the social transformations. And most important thing is, we are all talking about the NRF, NAC and other accreditations. So one should be made for research grading. For example, I would say that universities are doing research and teaching both. Some institutions are doing only research. So when coming to the universities, so the main problem is, I told in the initial itself, the staff, faculty strength will be very low. And actually NITI Aayog and other officials should note down that in next 10 or 15 years, most of the universities, particularly state university, will have a problem because most of the teachers are on faculty or in the temporary or in the case of contract basis. That will not give us the quality. Therefore, we are talking more about quality. So when you quality, the teachers are more important. The student to teacher ratio has been reduced narrowly, so throughout the country. So please look into that so that you can make some suggestions to the respective governments to make appointments as much as possible. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Next we have Professor Muthu Kumar, Director General, Central Council for Research etc.
Good noon to everyone on the days and off the days. Actually, I am representing the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, strengthening R&D ecosystem. Myself, N.J. Muthu Kumar, Director General, Central Council for Research in Siddha, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Actually, Ministry of Ayush, they are having 5 Apex Research Councils. One of them is Central Council for Research in Siddha. Ministry of Ayush is funding through these research councils for the robust research in traditional system of medicine like Siddha, and the financial aid given to Arogya, Ayurgyan and Ayush Swasthya, and digital initiatives like Namaste portal and other research wings. Then Ministry of Ayush is working to translate Ayush practices with evidence-based medicine and collaborated effectively with the premier institution like Modern Medicine Institution, AIMS, ICMR, that thing. Regarding our Central Council for Research in Siddha, it is an autonomous organization established in 2010 under the Ministry of Ayush. It serves as the apex body in India responsible for initiating, coordinating and promoting scientific research in the field of Siddha medicine. The CCRS was established in 2010 after the bifurcation of the earlier Central Council for Research in Ayurveda and Siddha to focus exclusively about the Siddha research. We are having 10 peripheral institutes all over India. Some co-located centers are there pan-India level. These are the broad domains for research we are doing. Mainly we are doing the literature research, especially in Tamil language it is there. So we are doing the extensive research in Tamil palm leaf manuscripts and old literature, then medicinal plants, pharmacopoeia, then clinical research and validation, then pharmacological research, then drug standardization and quality control. Likewise, we are the broad research areas we are doing. Regarding our Siddha R&D ecosystem, where the ancient wisdom meets the modern science. In Siddha Siddha medicine stands only one of the world's oldest medical system backed by extensive classical literature and therapeutic knowledge derived from empirical wisdom, clinical experience and experimental validation of over centuries. Siddha is deeply interwoven with the Tamil language. This is the important one. It is pure Tamil language. The literatures and philosophy are in Tamil language. Slowly we are translating into national and international languages. These are the scope of research initiatives. Already everyone told, evidence-based research integrated, then specific areas like liver health, then stroke rehabilitation, musculoskeletal, then large-scale population-based research programs, then ethno surveys to document the ethno health practices by the rural areas. Example, Tamil has domain in indigenous medicine in communities like India, Sri Lanka. So the Tamil-speaking peoples have their own ethno medical knowledge is there. So we have to do this. Then what are the critical challenges in Siddha system of medicine? Most of the classical texts are written in ancient Tamil language, making them difficult to interpret for modern researchers and practices. This limits the national and international collaboration, translation and dissemination of the knowledge. So it needs more money and more robust system to translate into other languages. Many Siddha formulations lack scientific validation, so it needs scientific validation by doing robust research. Then the old palm leaf manuscripts are having a vast amount of Siddha knowledge is preserved in ancient palm leaf. These are deteriorating day by day, so we have to preserve it. Then quality control issues, it is a routine one. Then integration with modern healthcare, this is also a normal one. We have to integrate with the modern healthcare system for treating various diseases. Then insufficient funding. So funding is there, but like Western medicine, we need more funding for taking it to next level. Then Siddha and ecosystem. Then few challenges. Research paradigm and evidence generation concerning the complication in adapting the
conventional research method, considering the pluralistic approach, systemic clinical data documentation, high quality, low impact clinical trials, capacity building, infrastructure, these are all to be encouraged. Then integration policy have to change. Then market commercialization of Siddha drugs to be improved. Then IP right issues, cross-disciplinary communication and collaboration will have to be addressed in future days. Then regarding what are the points to be considered, literature review and evidence mapping for gaps and future needs in literature, evaluation of standard protocols for suitable adoption of Ayush needs and alignment with the national and international level research. Then experimental design and testing of new protocols and documentation of barrier and challenges based during the course of experiments for future reference. Integration and application, the assessment of how R&D outputs apply practical context. Example, public health policy, clinical usage, education curriculum. Development of pilot programs based on the research inference. These are the key challenges. Funding, regulatory, all are already dealt with many of the speakers. Then efficient administrative process. A well-defined strategic roadmap for ecosystem strengthening will foster synergy, quality and sustainability, enabling the creation of dedicated whole system model, Ayush with a bioscience model for the Siddha system of medicine and other traditional Ayush system of medicines. Then these are the funding mechanism, the current scenario. These 4 schemes are Government of India scheme, National Ayush Mission. This is a central sponsored scheme. Other schemes are central sector schemes, central extramural, intramural. Extramural, it is given by Ministry of Ayush. Intramural, the individual councils are doing many research projects, preclinical, clinical and other literary projects. These are the government funding. These funding to be improved to do more research in Ayush sector. These are the funding mechanisms. A dedicated ring-fenced proportionate funding commensurate with the strategic importance of the. So the proportionate funding to be given for Ayush system, especially Siddha. Then heavily weighed findings towards capital expenditure to modernize. So we need more capital expenditure to improve the infrastructure and institutional facilities. Then high-end instruments, high-cost multi-center clinical trials, then private sector instrument. These are the things to be improved. Second one, regulatory framework. These are all already told. The standardization challenges, regulatory compliance, ethical governance, then implementation of appropriate policy. So these are the routine. Then capacity building trainings to understand the importance of system. Then administrative process. These are all routine one. Administration, prioritization, the capacity building program, quality research output, then digital infrastructure, then digital capacity assessment, establishment public excellence, then technology transfer, already the last slide we have seen, then unified Siddha research platform through various schemes of CCRS. These are the things, the administrative process, we have to improve that. Then our council is publishing the research in Siddha medicine as a peer-reviewed journal for disseminating the research in Siddha system medicine. Then globally we are having, connecting with the WHO, we are doing some of the things, classification of traditional medicine, especially Siddha system medicine, by doing the national morbidity codes. Then these are the vision. The Government of India recognized a traditional system like Siddha as vital for global health integration, aligned with the World Health Organization traditional medicine strategy for 14 to 23. Expert meetings among the Ministry of Ayush, CCRS and WHO was convened with an aim to establish globally harmonized training and clinical standard, positioning India as a knowledge center for Ayush system of medicine, especially our Indian traditional system of medicine. So these are the some international level events. Workshop module conducted for hormone therapy in Ceylon and Malaysia. The scattered works are happening in international level, but it has to be improved. This is a WHO terminology done in. So we are having national morbidity codes, then ICD-11. So we incorporate all this. The things are incorporated in the WHO line also. So these are the minimal level initiatives we are doing: collection, transcription, and annotation of publication of old Siddha palm leaf manuscripts and paper manuscripts. We are having thousands of old palm leaf manuscripts with medical inscriptions, so we have to decode it and we have to translate into other languages for wider dissemination. So these are the things that are going on, but because of limited funding, we are doing it. Moreover, experts are very less in number. So the domain experts are very less in number. So
Professor Muthukumar, your time is up.
okay, madam. Thank you, Honorable.
Sorry, I have to stop. Okay. Next we have Dr. Dennis Ashok, the Director, Responsible Research and Consultancy, VIP Vellore.
Can you move the slide?
Sorry, I have to stop.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So we would like to give viewpoints given by Saraswat sir. He told about two ecosystems. So would like to address a research ecosystem in a university level. So we all know that there are 4 different aspects affects the research at university, and that research part is done by human capital or the faculty. As a private institution, we have diversified faculties. They are doing research in different areas, and we also have high-end research infrastructures, and we also do education on those part. And this mainly focuses on the internal ecosystem. And then government funding and industry we got from ANRF, DST, and ICMR in various domains. And to improve the innovation, we have a incubation cell, as well as we provide seed grants and prototyping and testing. So with this view, how to strengthen this ecosystem? So mainly we need to focus on the translational research. So we need to incentivize the curricula as well as to focus more on the interdisciplinary projects. So we involve students in the engineering education. And also we mainly focus on the industry-specific academia courses. For example, Royal Enfield and other automotive industries, we connect with them and then we involve courses also. This needs to be improved. So at the university level, we should engage more with industries and more courses has to be developed so that internally we could strengthen our ecosystem. And also we give more importance to faculty development, because they are the stakeholders, they do research. So we promote more interdisciplinary research through programs, faculty development programs. And there is also an external ecosystem. So this can be done by a co-creation platform. So through funding, we could create an ecosystem like co-creation platform where the problem solver, problem owner, technology enabler or market enablers, and the support tools and infrastructures can be connected so that all can be at one page, and this can strengthen external ecosystem. So if these two combines together, we could strengthen the overall research ecosystem. This is the viewpoint we have. Currently, we are working with various initiatives we are taking from the university level. Industry academia web portal can be made in an overall nationwide web portal where it can give all scientific expertise and infrastructure and patents and consolidate a list of technologies available, technology under development, and what is the research collaborations, public-private partnerships, and consultancy projects taken, all can be made in one page so that it will be visible and all can engage ourselves. And from the funding perspective, there can be diversified portfolios. From the researcher perspective, there are some early stage researchers, mid-career and established researchers. So the funding can be different for different people. and also we could make some academic clusters to solve industry research problems in the regional wise. So some funding can be given so that nearby industries can be, the problems in those industries can be solved by the university. And there should be an outreach fund for industry academia, outreach programs can be made so that it will strengthen the industry academia networking. Private sector investments can be encouraged, and also corporate social responsibility initiatives can be taken up. And there are some, we could also focus more on the regulatory and policy, favorable policy landscapes. So simplified process for purchasing, for example, GEM portal, currently the private institutions, we are not able to register. So if we are allowed, we could also do and purchase much more easily. And patent commercialization and alumni funding can be utilized. And then we could also target some fundraising campaigns. So through this, we could get more funding, and we could strengthen our R&D ecosystem. Thank you very much.
The last of the session is Professor Senthil, Deputy Director, SDB Innovations Ecosystem, Sri Balaji Vidyapit, Puducherry.
It's not working. Okay. Check. Can I get this mic? I'm little comfortable with this. Check. Okay, no problem. Okay. First, at the outset, thanks to NITI Aayog and yeah, thank you. Thanks to NITI Aayog and National Center for Earth Sciences to give us this opportunity. Vanakkam. Bonjour from people of Pondicherry. So I'm bringing warm greetings from our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nagaranjan Biswas, and I'm Senthil, Deputy Director. So I know everybody will be hungry and angry because we are almost in the lunch. So maximum I'll try to finish it in 10 minutes. First 5 minutes I'm going to talk about what is the ecosystem we try to set in our healthcare university. I think after Chitra Tirunal, we are from the allopathy side, but they have spoken about the public side. I'm going to talk about the private side. And we have already had the Siddha people who had already talked, so we are some people who are working on the healthcare sector, and I'm going to tell what are all the pains we are undergoing in setting up this ecosystem. With this, I'm a Deputy Director. It's entirely in a healthcare university. Whatever courses under the healthcare, we have all the courses. So we have 106 courses, 5,000 students are studying, and we have different centers. And one center I like to highlight is Institute of Salutogenesis and Complementary Medicine. This is one of the kind institutes where yoga therapy and music therapy is practiced, researched, trained in an allopathy system. So we are doing a lot of research and a lot of innovations and IP is going on. And coming into this, to set the innovation ecosystem, we formed 4 organizations. One is Innovation Cafe, where we'll help children to bring innovative thoughts. We help them with registering their patents and technology transfer. We have our incubator, and we have our entrepreneur development cell. So inside the organization, to help us with all the TRL level, we have various organizations working inside. So for example, we have an organization working for preclinical research. We have an organization working for clinical trials for TRL 6, 7, and 8. So we have the entire ecosystem set, and we are doing different support systems, monitoring, mentoring, teaching, education, everything under one umbrella. So all the systems are inside the campus. Inside our Pondicherry campus, we have another 2 campuses on Karaikal and Tamil Nadu also. So with this ecosystem, we were able to file a lot of IPs. Some of the Yes, IPs is we have 72 granted patents and we have 15 technology transfer, 5 products granted in 2025 itself. Recently we have signed 5 of our technologies we have given it to National Research Development Corporation. So they got us the license and they said they will market it. So these are some of the things we are trying to do in terms of R&D, testing and validation. And this is something, we also commercialize the product, we received some royalties, and we have a lot of technology transfers which is happening in the ecosystem. And this is our patent graphs. Just nowadays we are started getting more grants because thanks to the government of India where they fastened the process. When initially we filed patents, it take almost 5, 7, 10 years. By the time patent grant comes, we are almost gone out of the system. Now the system is more stronger, so I should thank the government of India for the system. And these are some of the copyrights also. We don't leave any, when it comes to IP, we do everything, including trademarking, including design register, everything. So these are some of the things we do inside the campus. And to foster the system, we have incubators also. We have 15 companies who are working. And in that, we would like to tell last 6 months, I've signed 2 faculty startups. And there are 8 startups which are on pipeline, where they are in student side, from the faculty side. So to foster the system, we have developed a lot of agreements. For example, for TRL support, we have signed an agreement with Atal Incubation Lab in Pondicherry. And recently we have signed VIT Vellore campus because we are an entirely healthcare industry campus, so we don't have the technological knowledge. So for prototyping and testing, whereas VIT Chennai campus, they don't have the medical facility. So we are trying to help them with TRL 6, 7 and 8 and validation and all those things. And for technology forwarding, TIMETS, we have signed an agreement with TIMETS Chitra Tirunal for helping us to showcase our products, and also with NRDC. And these are some of the image. So always the grass is not green. I've already told, grass is green. But everybody thinks if the grass is green, we are also traveling with a lot of roses with thorns. So what are all the problems we face? That's the entire scenario. I'll try to give some of our experiences which is there inside our ecosystem when it comes certain internal, certain external. As such, in the morning sessions, a lot of people are telling, try to focus is on internal. We are also trying to correct certain systems internally. And external issues are also there. So for example, when it comes to funding, as on today, 90% of our R&D happens with either with self-funding or the university's funding. And when we go to funding agencies, I'd like to get the attention of NITI Aayog. When we go to funding agencies, first they tag us as a private university. You have enough funding, why you are here? So somewhere it's very slow process. So if you want some case studies, I will definitely give our own experiences. So with a lot of experiences, in 2023, we applied for ITBA to make it into a government-funded incubator. But we submitted the application, no progress. Till yesterday it says it is there. And 2023, then we waited for a year. Then 2024, BIRAC opened up. So we again submitted BIRAC's project for 900 lakhs, I think 970 lakhs, we submitted the project, we cleared level 1, level 2, then they negotiated, get down the budget, we did that also. Finally, they postponed the Apex committee meeting, we don't know when it is. So these are some of the issues. So for example, these are as an infrastructure fund and we want to set up the better ecosystem. Individual funding, when it comes, yesterday, before I travel, I was talking to a lot of my researchers who are having individual funding from BIRAC, ICMR, DBT. The funding is there in the paper. So first year they release, second year some problem, they couldn't able to pay, they couldn't able to recruit, they couldn't able to pay, all this confusion. So by the time the fund comes, the reagents expires, so a lot of confusions to sustain it. So this is one of the pain, and insufficient funding and infrastructure to conduct research. This many people have addressed. One more thing I'd like to address is, we are in a tier 2 city, Pondicherry. By the time, with this aspect, we met our Secretary of Pondicherry, DST, and we asked whether there is any separate funding under the government of Pondicherry, but they said you have to apply only to the central government. By the time Delhi gives us the fund, all the tier 1 cities engulfs. So finally we left out. So this issue needs to be addressed. And when it comes to regulatory framework, what happens is basic problem. We are from a healthcare industry. So what happened, Many people, when we want to do some trials, we want to go to the public health department for recruitment of subjects. So there we are seeing a lot of roadblocks. The regulator gives, for example, I get a BIRAC funding or I get an ICMR funding, but when I go to the society, I need to get the public health department of the local government where they have their own norms. So it is getting delayed. So that is one more issue we face. And this is one thing I like to bring the attention. Many of the healthcare community doesn't know what is a regulatory approach because there is an organization called CDSO. But till in healthcare they say FDA approval. I don't know why they want to bring in an US approval to India. So CDSO has to create a lot of awareness programs, reach people, reach healthcare society that we are here. Okay. Basically to our IRB and IEC, because I know everybody knows IRB, IEC, an idea got killed. A lot of red taping. So IRB, IECs needs to be told what is the expectations of the market and what are all the levels of CDSO sanctioning is there based on that IRB, IEC can be relaxed. So this is one major bottleneck. When an idea is presented in the IRB, it has got killed. So how the innovation will start? So, as to conduct, this is my earnest request because all the IRB, internally we are trying to correct it. Many of the innovative research, we have to go and sit and fight with the IRB because the student cannot defend. So, this is one issue and probably there should be a network between CDSO and higher education so that they can monitor what all the products are coming because the end game is to take the product into the market where the CDSO is there. So, once there is a monitoring mechanism from ideation, they should know these are the viable products which can be monitored. So this is on regulatory framework. When it comes to administrative process, industrial connect, we are finding it very difficult. For example, I'll give you one example. We developed a lot of board games for students where children can learn healthcare to play way method. We filed the IP. We started writing to all the gaming companies in the country, including Fun School. Nobody turned up. Finally, we ended up writing PMO's office also. Innovation, innovation, innovation. Because I am an academician, I don't know the business. So somewhere, industrial academia, the industry has to come and take our products. It's a trust. So they want immediate money. They don't look upon us. And the IP is lying ideal. After doing research, a lot of board games, we have done research, Q1, Q2 publications, but market is not ready to take it up. This is one issue. Fragmented collaboration in limited industrial linkage and quality in terms of IP. When it comes to IP, there is always a pressure of publication. I finished, madam. Publication. So people get into publication ball game, lose the IP. So somewhere this needs to be balanced because publication, in the race of publication, people lose the opportunity of filing an IP. And as per Indian IP Act, once we publish, we cannot. So somewhere this balance needs to be sensitized in all the educational institutes. So it has to be given there should be some weightage for the academician. For example, when it comes to promotion, in a pioneer institute, IP is not considered. Patent is not considered, they are considering publication. Then how a academician will go for a patent? Patent has to be given more weightage when it comes to promotions. That regulatory framework is not there. So with this, I'll finish. We always work for healthcare, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So Pondicherry government startup, we have a campaign called Dream Pondicherry 2007, that is Viksit Bharat 2047. Jai Hind, thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, now that everybody has given their thoughts and the flow, but we're very close to lunchtime also. So, and we were supposed to end at 1:30, I guess. So the floor is now open for discussion. You can direct your question to any of the speakers here, specific questions. I would kindly request you to keep your questions short. The answers can also be short. And please do not repeat questions. Thank you. There's a microphone.
Hello. Thank you very much for the wonderful session, and all the speakers spoke well. Directly, I have a few interactions I would like to have with Dr. Sanjay Behari, Director of Sri Chitra Tirumal Institute of Medical Science and Technology. Sir, you did a very good presentation on basically the limitation on pedagogy also, more than the research. And unfortunately, because we have statutory bodies like NMC, they don't allow any of these types of innovations to happen in the pedagogy. You said that basically the evaluation should happen, assessment should happen within 3 months. etc. But this is not possible with EMC, and they are very stringent, as well as also in the nursing council. They have one exam for 2 years in one subject, which is ridiculous for anyone. And as even private universities, we don't have to say anything on that. Apart from that, basically in the medical as well as in the nursing, in the curriculum, there is no much, the marks for innovation and research. So how do you say that we should take it forward? That's my question. Thank you.
No, so thank you so much for the question. First of all, an internal assessment is never blocked by NMC. I've had some exposure to NMC because I was appointed in the NMC. I'll repeat this. So I have some idea about NMC because I was actually appointed as one of the presidents, which I didn't take. The important thing is that the internal assessment is not blocked by anyone. Say, for example, if somebody is getting exposure in a particular rotation, then if you're doing an internal assessment, it may not add to the final program, but the person knows that there is an internal assessment, it makes a lot of difference, and they want it. So that is one important aspect. The second important thing is internal assessment can also be done at the end of every class. So you have a 20-minute class and then you have a small assessment on what they think is. It may be a very informal assessment, but that's what all American universities do. Your group discussions can be held in the class and there could be an assessment on that. That's one point. The second point relates to innovation and there are no marks for it. So the problem with most of the things that we learn in surgery or in medicine or whatever areas are simply those things which we have learned as a part of our normal education. Anything else which is required, we don't want to learn it. I mean, like for example, as a neurosurgeon, I have not learned, say, pain procedure, which is just putting a needle there, but I still don't know how to do it, So, and I can do a very complex neurosurgical procedure. So the issue here is that if you introduce in your curriculum intellectual property, if you include how to translate, how to collaborate, what are the funding agencies, what are the financial aspects of it, suddenly those people will become very comfortable with it, which right now they are not doing. Thank you.
As from a medical background, I can also help you, sir. Because now ICMR is promoting a lot of student short-term research. Probably a lot of innovative ideas can be put in as a short-term research. But unfortunately, what kind of research we do is a literature from a European or a Western. So that is not required. Because when we put indigenous, in the ICMR indigenous research, they don't promote. I don't know why. Because a lot of indigenous research we put, but there also some sensitization has to happen, and we also have to push a lot of indigenous research where the students can be promoted in ICMR short-term research also. That is one more value.
Another thing is, all NMC institutions are allowed at least 1 to 3 months during the residency program and even for faculty to actually get an exposure to another institution. So you can easily send them to any institution that you like once you get their approval from your local person, and they can get a very good exposure.
Okay, can we go on to the next question, please? Yes.
I think I only have a small comment because we are discussing about medical and as a small new multidisciplinary university linking at how do we link from legal to medical to design to engineering, life science, pharma, physiotherapy. So I think what we are trying to do is because the faculty will always bring the fear of medical council or nursing council and say this even an innovation course cannot be introduced. So we have tried to bring in an audit course starting in the very first year on innovation and entrepreneurship, system thinking, design thinking, linking with sustainability and entrepreneurial spirit as assignment across the year. And even if they have 5 marks of assignment or 10 marks, we are saying within this, please you inculcate it how the foundation is linked to context, and the work on the context correlates to teachers' research. Some results are coming. Hopefully, we'll be able to showcase that in spite of the limitation, how do we work in a multidisciplinary way, as everybody said.
Okay. Anybody else? You have any questions? Or everybody's hungry? Okay, I guess all your questions are answered then. So have we strengthened our R&D? So do you want me to summarize now if there are no more questions?
Can I just speak one small thing?
Absolutely.
One small thing, when I was a clinician for almost 30 years. I was head of neurosurgery, so for almost 15 very complex cases, almost 18 hours of surgery every day, 16 hours. Then I came into Sri Chitra, and then suddenly I realized the ecosystem getting in touch with engineers, the scientists, and the business people and the industry. And then you suddenly realize that each one of them is a specialized job. The fundamental problem with what we all think is that one person has to do everything by himself or herself. This is completely wrong. The translation is a specialized job. Getting a patent is a specialized job. Okay, getting the funding is a specialized job, and each one of them has to be done by a designated person in the university who's specially trained for it. This has to be inculcated in every university. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam, I just wanted to say
Yes,
one. Now we have been talking about brain. See, there's not much of talents go abroad. They don't want to come back. And one or two programs are there, like Ramlinga Swami Fellowship, like Kerala State Council has some fellowship. This is only for a brief period. A person who is doing great over there, and if you want to have real brain gain, that you need to give them some incentives, especially place them in a comfortable position, and we don't have anything. So I'm sure this brain drain is a permanent brain drain for the country. So I think we need to address that in some way.
Okay, we have one question at the back there.
So this is more about one of the points in your slide about need for increasing the number of postdoctoral positions.
Yes.
So my question is about there is an increased demand to increase the number of research scholars and research output that we have to produce. And in that process, are we not neglecting the fact that we should be looking at the opportunities that we will be giving these researchers who come out as
Absolutely. So, no, the postdoctoral opportunities I was talking about, research scholars, the thing is, if we start from the basics, students coming to science have dwindled over the years, coming to science itself. So, we are getting less students to do their PhD. But when we want to run a lab, we need these extra hands. Because as was just pointed out, if a faculty has to write a proposal, get the idea, and write the proposal, get everything done, the scientific communication, everything has to be done by a single faculty member, it becomes difficult. So if you have trained personnel in the lab who have done their PhD, are now at a position where it is a stopgap position, obviously, because they would like to enhance their careers, but a postdoctoral opportunity is a good opportunity both for the postdoc and for the lab. So they can also train the research scholars. That's what we have in our labs. We have the postdocs who train the research scholars, and then they also help in writing the proposals, give ideas, innovation, and all that. That is what this is all about.
And in one more point, maybe would be from the point of view of ease of doing research, it's desirable that more career opportunities are also produced for such research.
Yes, because we need more, because if you look at the number of empty faculty positions in all institutions all over, it's a large number. So you have just contractual positions. But I believe...
Can I add one point?
Yes, please.
Yeah. For the PhD, so what we need to think in terms is PhD program is a very good 4 years or 5 years to develop a new product, test the new product, and he can go, instead of job seeker, he can go as a job creator. So that is one area where we need to focus, where we need to brainstorm, where the brain drain is reduced, and where he can get lot of funding, and end of the day, he can go as a startup entrepreneur also. That is one ambit I'm telling. That is one way we have to focus on.
The problem with that is, madam, the problem with starting an entrepreneur venture is that you are not daring enough to take up that. It's highly risky, So maybe that you are in the comfort zone of a laboratory, and suddenly you want to make up an entrepreneurial venture. We have Startup Mission, Kerala Startup Mission. There we have supported about 6,000 startups, and we have National Startup Mission, Innovation and Startup Mission. All these are available, but then we are not making them realize the potential of that, and you have to really educate them. And there should be something where high risk or high reward kind of thing. So then only things would work. I think there is a major constraint in that. Startup ecosystem at the younger level, younger generation level is not taking that.
Right. So we need to know the technologies available. I guess the collaboration, the industry academic collaboration is something, the TRL levels that we're talking about. That is extremely important. So are there any other questions? Yes, we have one there.
Thank you.
Probably stop after this. Yes.
I'm Arijit Samal from the Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai. I wanted to thank Dr. Bihari for this wonderful presentation. I wanted to pick your brain on one thing though. So many of us do fundamental research, blue sky research, which may not be directly related to any application per se. So do you have any ideas moving forward with NEP and the models? How do you, I mean, we are in silos. How do you tap the fundamental basic research more in the applied sphere? Because we may not be connected.
See, I'll tell you something. You need never be apologetic about fundamental research, because the disruptive ideas only come from fundamental research. The incremental ideas come from translational research. But unless you are doing fundamental research, disruptive ideas won't come. Never be apologetic about fundamental research. Almost 30% of the faculty members have to be engaged in fundamental research in any organization. They may not be productive in anything except writing publications, but it is those publications, like for example, this Watson and Crick model of that DNA, it's only 125 words. If you just see, it's a letter to science, and that has completely transformed our medical department. So please don't be apologetic about it. There's no need for a pure basic person to actually get into. I'll just give you one example. When I appeared for the interview for Sri Chitra, they said, we are from science and technology, but you don't have a single extramural project where you are a PI. Why should we take you? I have spent 30 years of my time learning skills to become a neurosurgeon. And if I get into the lab and I start doing lab work, then neither will I be doing justice to my lab work nor to my neurosurgery. It's much better that I'm a co-PI in many projects where the PI is doing the lab work and I'm helping in the clinical input. So there is no, to cut the long story short, I think there is no, you shouldn't be defensive about doing basic research.
Articulated properly. What I meant is that we could be in a system where we are not directly connected to the, like if I am in Sri Chitra, I'm surrounded by applications. So how do you tap people like us?
So we have three ways. The first one of them is co-development of devices. And see, for example, if you are even in applied biology, you are making products which are biomedical products. Like even if you make a small agar media, which is a different one, it is a biomedical product. You understand? So one is you co-develop the product with industry. That's the first model. The second model is you develop a product and translate to the industry, wherein the industry will give you a initial amount so that they remain interested in it. And then they give you a royalty on whatever is their earnings, 5%, 10%. That's the second way. And the third way is that the industry makes a demand which you will fulfill. So you can talk to the industry, you say, we will be your extended R&D facility and help you in your work. So these are three ways in which it can be done.
I just have one comment. Whatever mathematical models, whoever is doing simulation or code theory, I would just request them to look at their theory of the models and what are the other areas of application. Can they just write one step, I could also work. Then they could be working in the labs can link to them and say, okay, because they may not be conversant with the theory, but once they know that, say, you have a theory that works, and that is what we are trying to do, linking our maths or physics or somebody in computational science to link to whether it is a medical or whether it's structural or image processing, so linking across them. So the key is, as you said, ideally we need system integrators who could link all of them. If not, everybody make it a point to relate to some application and then it becomes easier.
Okay, we'll have just one last question. Yes.
This is not a question, it's just a comment.
Okay,
just
fine.
to add to the discussion that just happened. Should we say that basic science institutes, right, which should be doing fundamental research or basic research, the challenge there is getting funding to operate and getting their operations running, getting the institute running and having the research, because their challenge is not going to be translational. They won't be easily funded by industry, right? However, if they attach their work to institutes which are doing translational research, we have a continued spectrum, right from TRL1 to TRL9, and we have basic research and translational research in a continuum. Example, NCBS, CCAM, clusters. So is the answer to his question then that if you are into basic research, then you need to attach yourself to translational research institutes so that you have continued spectrum and there will be continued funding for both types of institutes.
This
Is that something that we should
This is absolutely correct. I mean, how can you have translation research without basic research? For example, if you make supposing you make I'll say a deep brain stimulator, which we've just made to stimulate, we put it into the brain and you can get tremors out, that has been translated. Now here, just to give you this example, you need biomaterials, innovative biomaterials which do not cause hemolysis of blood. You need different mathematical models for testing microfluidics. You need metallic components fabrication where basic research is important. Okay, you need basic scientists to come in to actually ensure that the immunological reaction doesn't happen in the body, right? You need testing people to come in to tell that okay, it is actually being, the pulsations will last a lifetime of an individual, or at least whatever time that device has to be done. So basic research is an integral part of any translation research. They're not disconnected at all.
Okay, I guess we'll wind up this session. Any questions or discussions can be had over lunch. So I would like to thank all my panelists sitting here for a wonderful session, and I hope this does take us forward. Thank you.
As we draw to close on this enriching and insightful session, we wish to express our profound gratitude to our speakers for their valuable contribution. I now request Professor Swagata Dasgupta, a respected moderator, to kindly present a token of gratitude to each of our distinguished speakers. I invite Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Dr. C. Ananda Ramakrishnan, Director, CSI National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology, Kerala. I invite Dr. Sanjay Behari, Director, Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology. Okay. Professor G.M. Nair, President, Kerala Academy of Sciences. Dr. Jayakara S.M., Vice Chancellor, Bangalore University, Karnataka. Professor N.K. Lokanath, Vice Chancellor, University of Mysore. Professor N.J. Muthukumar, Director General, Central Council for Research in SIDA. And Dr. Dennis Ashok S., Director, Sponsored Research and Consultancy, VIT Vellore. And to Professors Senthil M., Deputy Director, SBV Innovation Ecosystem, Sri Balaji Vidyapith, Puducherry. Finally, we offer felicitation to our moderator, Professor Swagata Dasgupta, for steering this engaging discussion. May I invite Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary MOES, to kindly felicitate Professor Swagata Dasgupta. With that, we formally conclude technical session 1. We thank all the speakers and delegates once again for their active participation. We will now break for lunch. All delegates are kindly requested to proceed to the administrative block where lunch has been arranged. We request everyone to reconvene here by 2:50 p.m. for the next session. Thank you.
Check. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll start the next session. I request all to be seated. So let's start. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Suja S. On behalf of NCESS, I welcome all to the technical session 2 of the NITI Aayog 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development. The technical session 2 is centered on the theme Attracting and Retaining Quality Human Resources for Accelerating Research and Development. This session will be moderated by Professor P. Ravindran, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut. Professor P. Ravindran is an eminent researcher who focuses on applied chemistry, green chemistry, and computational chemistry. He is also a dedicated academician committed to advancing science education and research in Kerala and has helped to build the scientific research ecosystem in Kerala. We welcome you, sir, to the dais. Yes. Now I would like to invite our panel speakers to the dais. Professor Harish Kumar Sardana, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Raichur, Karnataka. Dr. Pradap Kumar S., Director, National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Kerala. Professor A. Sabu, Member Secretary, Kerala State Council for Science and Technology, Kerala. Professor S. Vincent, Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. Dr. Santosh KV, Deputy Director, Research, Directorate of Research, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Karnataka. Now, I now hand over the proceedings to our moderator, Professor P. Ravindran, to lead the panel sessions and discussion. Thank you.
Again, this is Good afternoon. We are going to have this panel session, Attracting and Retaining Quality Human Resources for Accelerating R&D, as part of this consultative committee meeting on ease of doing research and development. We have very distinguished panelists with us. We have Professor Harish Kumar Sardana, the Director of the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Raichur, Karnataka. Dr. Pradap Kumar S., Director, National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Kerala. Professor A. Sabu, who is the Member Secretary of the Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. Professor Dr. Vincent, who is the Member Secretary of Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. Dr. Santosh KV, Deputy Director, Research Directorate of Research, Mahi, Karnataka. So I am sure that we will have a very fruitful session. Now, we know that the NITI Aayog is conducting this program to make the research and development at more ease. So my only request with the panelists, who are very distinguished people, and we had a lot of discussions in the morning also with several aspects, to bring in points, more points and discussions which will make things easier, which will actually give us some input at the end of this meeting. Some steps that can be taken at the different levels of government, NITI Aayog or the government agencies. You know, they can take different steps which will actually simplify the process of research in the country. I'm saying this particularly because I represent a state university. I have worked all around, but I'm now representing the state universities. Now, it's a very important thing that we should have in mind, that the state universities, many times they work under a completely different set of norms as compared to several national institutes. We have been discussing about how things are difficult at national institutes also, compared to the old times where we had Bhabha and Meghnad Saha, or all the Vikram Sarabhai and all, when they started, the Prime Minister is giving the complete powers. We always used to recently talk about E. Sridharan. In Kerala, he has become an icon of excellence in terms of the kind of contributions which he made. But looking back, the stage where he was building the Pamban Bridge in Tamil Nadu, the only condition that he said to us that he should have the final word on all these things, he should have the powers to take decisions. So the question that we are addressing is attracting and retaining quality human resources for R&D. When we are talking about attracting and retaining quality human resources, the first thing that comes to my mind is that we will be able to have many more Bhabas and Sahas or Sridharans, provided we give the kind of freedom they require and something which they can hold. Because we are talking about senior scientists in this country who are conducting programs for the benefit of society. Now we have inherited a system, in the moment, the post-colonial period, we have inherited a system where the British had so much discomfort with us, they never trusted us. So they created systems which are mistrust based, and we still follow that. We have to find ways, because the morning we had wonderful discussions on this topic. And we know the disease, we know the problem. The question is who will bell the cat and how to bell the cat. These are the things which we have. I think with these introductory remarks, I also wanted to say, when you talk about quality, another thing, sitting in the university system, I always used to believe, sometimes you think that many of these quality assessment systems which we are actually going through, are they actually attaining its purpose? Because quality is a day-to-day affair. It is a culture. Quality is something which you have to work on every day and not after 5 years. And many times, including the assessments by NAC or NIRF and other things, when they take place, NIRF at least it is annual, NAC assessment 5 years. Many of the higher education institutions, I'm not talking about the top level institutions, but the universities and colleges, autonomous colleges and all, they spend so much time for the preparation of records actually. And there are also agencies which prepare the fake records for them, which essentially kills the very purpose of it. Do we actually have to go for this kind of a ranking frameworks and ranks that we are actually following? We need to have an open thought about that. Just because somebody got a higher rank, another person got another rank, because each one of these institutions is different. One will be 100 years old, another institution will be 10 years old, and one institution will be focusing on, say for example, specific areas, and another institution is there which is actually focusing on all areas. There are science and there are universities which focus on humanities. So when you go through these kind of assessments, some of them are very broad, some of them are very narrow in its creation itself. They are supposed to address very specific tasks. Some universities, some institutions are asked to address very specific tasks. And now you are comparing all of them and make a rank. Will it actually do good for the higher education system? I am just leaving it an open thought. I felt, for example, if somebody comes up with a ranking system, say Indian Institute of Science is doing number 1 or IIT Madras is doing well, we know that they are the institutions which are doing well anyway. We know that Indian Institute of Science is doing remarkable work in this area. We know that IIT Madras is doing really well. The only question is who is ranking for 1 or 2 among these institutions. So such ranking frameworks, ranking systems, how far they should be used when you are actually assessing institutions, especially when you are giving grants and all those things. Our essential idea that we should have in mind should be to have somewhere we should be able to allow people to pursue excellence, which is actually lacking in the present scenario, and we are giving into mediocrity in many ways. This is something which I thought we should open up a thought in that line also while we are discussing about the assessments and how we can actually improve the universities' higher education systems and all, because Harvard or Stanford is not built in a day, and they were not built because they had the ranking frameworks or assessment. All these things came now. And the quality that which we have to retain in the higher education system is a day-to-day affair, and where we have to really mind quality and how we are going to do it. Other thing, probably somebody I hope would look at is publications, say for example. We talked about C.V. Raman and all in the morning. In 1932, the Current Science Association started the journal called Current Science. Proceedings of Indian Academy of Science started in 1934. And C.V. Raman, including C.V. Raman, used to actually publish in Proceedings of Indian Academy of Science, and this was subscribed by the universities around the world. Now, where are we standing? Are we really, we say that we are the number 3 in terms of the number of publications. That's what somebody told me. But what about our scientific publications? What about our dissemination of knowledge that is happening in these systems? So these are all very important. These are all connected. Government of India has given 6,000 crores for the next 3 years for one nation, one subscription. Can't our government spend 500 crores each for a platform that supports publication of research in this country? Because the journal subscription rates are going up. I am sure that we will come to a stage where there will be international relations may actually go. We do not know whether we will be having access to those journals, including the work that was done by our scientists at the funded by the government, and we don't have access to those institutions. Particularly the morning, somebody was talking about the data protection and all those. So these are all essential part. I think it's very important if you want to have quality manpower retained. It is very important that we should have a quality ecosystem which gives them the freedom to work, and they are not treated like a second grade citizen who has to go all the time seeking permissions to go after, post to post and then get a permission to do things. And the area where we have to really focus, to me, is deregulation. We have been talking about the deregulation of market. We have been doing it very well, and we have seen the results. Another area we need to have a significant degree of deregulation is academics, research, and all these areas, which allows people to freely work and flourish for themselves and for the nation. With these introductory remarks, let me invite the first speaker, Professor Harish Kumar Sudhana. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to all. We had the R&D session earlier, and now it is more like HR. And I was happy to see that I have this topic for the consideration. And maybe the organizer did not know that most of my career has been in R&D, and I was looking forward to that session, but nonetheless, it's more critical and more diagnostic view of the issue that our chairperson mentioned, how to attract and retain the quality manpower. Honorable Governor also mentioned about quality in a different way. So once you add quality to it, the things become different, but nonetheless, and also Dr. Saraswat mentioned about internal and external aspects of the institution versus nation. So being an autonomous institution of national importance, I chose to take the previous experience of CSR, in which we did have an academic institution formed in 2009. Many of you may know ACSIR, and it has gone to single-digit ranking recently in the last one. So some of the experiences might go internal as well, but largely it might sound as external view towards NITI Aayog's benefit of all. So I took purely very narrow or maybe faculty-centric or faculty in the center view, where I just took training of the faculty, that is the PhD process, in which PDFs will also come as a next step, as a step before acquiring them into the institution, and also how they work in the institution after joining. So these are very simple aspects I took. Probably first time I have taken this very focused view, although many of the issues you will see inside will force you to have unfocusing view also when it comes to the nation, when it comes to reforms, when it comes to maybe new ways of thinking other than the routine way of listing items, that these are the ways of say attrition or attraction or acquisition in the institution. So I'll take that and move on. Well, these are again based on the experiences that we have had, and this one is what it is saying, that I would say the quality manpower, the faculty that we are looking forward to in institutions for science, R&D in general, must have their training differently done. In Germany, if you see, they have doctor engineering. You could have a prototype or engineering done to get a degree. While in India, maybe I would look at this mother-in-law, daughter-in-law or generations issue that somewhere we were mentioning in the previous session, that maybe the people who are in the councils or who are in the evaluations or who are at some place in the earlier generation or also have had the problems. So somewhere maybe at some stage we'll have to reform certain things. So this is a kind of different way, not leaving the current way, but different aspects of the PhD process. And typically they go for global approaches, fine. So it becomes easy for, somebody said in medical research, European models are picked up. Or so in a way, okay, for a PhD we thought it must be global, fine. But NITI Aayog, when they are asking for national orientation, then where is the issue of, and every PhD scholar is funded by public funding, right? So there has to be some way of national orientation, and that is where we have to see whether the researches are oriented towards funding from national projects or national missions, or oriented toward that. That is one of the aspects that we could consider while, and we have, as I said in ACSR, we also have what is called Best PhD Awards, and yearly we do that also, considering some of these issues. And then interdisciplinary, in the advisory committees, we have seen in top institutions when a supervisor has not given permission to the student to go even beyond his own room. So that comes from the mother-in-law, the supervisor, or the people in the advisory committee, or in the other, helm of affairs. So the PhD has to be more open with a more advisory, broad membership of the advisors. We used to call it far-field advisor, the one who is far-field from the field of the student. So that's one example. And then project proposal writing. I think somebody mentioned, I think Sanjay probably mentioned this, that this also is one of the credited course started in when we formed ACSIR. So that is where they have to have a mock project proposal writing. So they must remember, in other countries say they have taken loan. Why don't we consider that it's like a fellowship is also not truly called a loan, but a credit from the country. So there has to be some more generation of funding for further research. If they don't produce their own research funding and on their own PhD scholar in the next generation, probably that training for the PhD hasn't done work. So that's one. Research methodology always talked about. I don't know how far it is being taught in the true spirit of, even would have other things like, ethics, and whether it's regulatory. We found many of the, even our member, our CSR director friend, Ananda, he was mentioning at some stage we get held up. What to do when we have made something, industry is making, the country has not probably have available regulatory framework. I remember one industry, when we started research, they go and find out, make standards on their own. When they innovate a product, they must make standards first to let the world know that they have made it. And now that becomes the reference. So that translational part has to be brought in to some extent to the period of PhD training. And then regulatory and then technology translation. So of course these are well-known issues. We are talking about these issues much later in TRL 1 to 3 to 9. But then it's not that a PhD will be 1 to 9. PhD might be within limitations of what it can do. But it cannot have a total ignorance of that, both from the advisory committee or from, it's not a school boy, girl that we are training for. We are training them for immediately taking up the jobs. So that is the point that I thought of bringing here in terms of improvement. So PDFs, it's already time. So PDFs were also talked about. This has become an intermediate, I would say, dilution. Many times I have to say to PhD scholars that within 3 years their PhD degree will expire. Why not? Unless it is recharged with immediate absorption of some kind or utilization of that, the PDFs need to have some kind of arrangement. The points I have mentioned here, that it should not become a kind of another global orientation. From national, it becomes another global orientation, and then come back and then try again what has happened in the country. Or neither here nor there kind of situation. Or there are people who are having PDF within the country, having difficulty of loosening their time, only like a parking place. Like the car is parked and it will be used. So sometimes though there are mentioning, I remember madam mentioning that they can be used to, yes, they could do many good works, but then there has to be commitment. Sometimes they're looking for alternatives. So there has to be some kind of reform in that process, also some commitment required there. And the overall point from during the PhD, while we do project writing or beyond PhD, has to be sensitization towards funds generation and fund utilization. Then only we can talk about and reform on, faculty, I say, facility, fund and flow. That's what I felt for this whole thing, including R&D. And that will not happen if I said faculty-centric, they don't take the lead for all that. So the last is, these points of course are the well-known points that faculty expect. Give me this funding, give me everything on my table, give me PDF, give me, we are all for it, nothing wrong with that. These are of course already prevalent issues, but these things have not attracted people. This is also the point I thought I would bring. So the last point is all missing. So you can see whether it is truly missing or not, national perspective and national missions, interdisciplinary research, that is really core and pain to my observations all over in the field, the specializations to generalizations. The interdisciplinary research comes because of the advisory committee or because of the PhD narrowness that we thought it is, while it may not be. How we do conduct PhD reviews and how we do advisory committee could have a broadening. So these things, adaptation to collaboration. How do we, until they enter into interdisciplinary research, they will never do translation, they will never do collaboration, they will do in silos and they will go somewhere in narrow. And then this meeting in NITI Aayog will not do much. See, this is all missing. And then we expect them to lead, as we saw some of the examples, Sri Chitra and others. Some institutions have gone into such leadership from interdisciplinary to multidisciplinary to translation to all kind of commercialization, and then having some people who can lead that. Thank you very much. At this moment, I'll say this, and beyond that, of course, the faculty typically has to prove themselves into 3 parallel activities in terms of effective leadership. Some points I've already mentioned. Thank you. I'll come for questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Dr. Pratap Kumar S. He is the director of the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Kerala. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations, NITI Aayog, for the timely initiative to formulate a policy on ease of doing research. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to take part in this. So I'll be briefly talking about attracting and retaining, my thoughts about attracting and retaining quality human resources for accelerating R&D. Briefly introduce about the topic, why, what, and how of innovation. Real life challenges in innovation as a designer and researcher myself as part of NILIT. And NILIT, National Institute of Electronics and IT's model for empowering young innovators through Smart Lab, how to attract more talent into research and innovation, and some thoughts on way forward. So innovation, as all of us know, innovation and research rarely happen on their own. They require a supportive ecosystem that empowers talented individuals to explore, experiment, and excel. And India's challenge today is not a shortage of talent, but the absence of sustained facilitation to attract, nurture, and retain that talent. I'll be talking about that angle. And as all of us know, where to find this talent? Great ideas can come from anywhere, a rural village, a small college, a startup in a tier 3 city, or a top institute in a metro. The talent can come, or great ideas can come from any of these places. Talented innovators exist in all parts of the country, not just in urban or tech hubs. And what really limits innovation is lack of access to R&D infrastructure, that is labs, prototyping tools, and computing power, mentorship and networks, funding and grants, collaborative platforms, and intellectual property support. Without access to these innovation enablers, good ideas may never materialize. For example, a brilliant idea in a rural college may never take off simply due to lack of high-end microscope, 3D printer, or an EMI/EMC chamber. And why this is required? By sharing high-end labs, testing facilities, and technical expertise and mentorship support, a student from a small college can prototype like one at an IIT. A startup from a remote region can validate products just like a company in Bangalore. A researcher in Mizoram can access AI compute like someone in Mumbai. So NILIT, as the capacity building arm of Ministry of Electronics and IT, with 56 centers across India, facilitates nearly 10 lakhs candidates annually all across India in ICT domains. I'll be sharing some of our experience in this, which can attract innovators into talents into young aspirants into innovation and R&D. And what are the challenges? Like I'll share two examples of two R&D projects we have done in NILIT Calicut. I am coming from NILIT Calicut, which was established in 1989 as CEDT, Center for Electronic Design Technology. One of the projects we did, funded by MITI, is design and development of an indigenous color Doppler ultrasound scanner with PNDT compliance. So this is to design both the hardware and software of a 128 channel indigenous design ultrasound scanning machine. And some of the challenges we faced as an innovator or R&D designer. So one is we should have a ultrasound research platform, which is like a breakout box where you can read these signals and then use it as a reference signal and test algorithms, etc. Test phantoms, spectrum analyzer, high-end FPGA boards, EDA tools in VLSI design, because we were using an FPGA for doing the beamforming and signal processing. EDA tools with high-speed board design, because the hardware we were designing, and EMI/EMC test facility. So these were the challenges we faced, some of the challenges we faced as a designer. And second project I want to bring to your attention is design and development of an array signal processor ASIC under SMDP, Special Manpower Development Project, Chip to Startup project of MITI. So here the challenge, the problem was to design a beamformer ASIC for underwater acoustic imaging. The challenges we faced as a designer or a design team was high-end FPGA boards. We should have access to high-end FPGA board to prototype. Then EDA tools for VLSI design. These are very expensive, as you must be knowing. EDA tool, once you have the tool, you have to configure the tool. How to configure the tool? Tool chain configuration. EDA tools for high-speed board design, logic analyzers. So even though with all these challenges, we were able to design the ASIC, tape it out, and get it fabricated in SEL using 180 nanometer technology node. Now, what are the R&D and product development flow? What are the enabling factors that innovator or designer needs? Problem identification, we need enablers like literature databases, research consultations. And second phase is ideation and design as part of product development flow, CAD software, simulation tools, MATLAB, ANSYS examples. Prototyping, we need 3D printers, embedded development kits and FPGAs. Testing and validation, we need oscilloscopes, spectrum analyzers, EMI, EMC labs. Iteration and optimization, we need debugging platforms, logic analyzers. Pilot production, we need CNC machines, PCB printing machines. And deployment and scaling, we need environmental testing, quality certification labs. All these stages need mentorship, knowledge, and tool access. If we provide this to innovators, they will all be happy and maybe making more outputs. Now, NILIT's model for empowering innovators. At NILIT Calicut, we believe in democratizing innovation. We are empowering innovators and researchers across the country through our Smart Lab for training, product development, and R&D. These are open to academic researchers, startups, and innovators. Now, let me give a case study kind of thing which we have done recently, last month. Not last month, this month itself. Okay. So, this is a hackathon we have conducted as part of Swasraya Bharat. Okay. Where the objective was to design and develop a Swadeshi processor based drone. Okay. And we were taking people using a 30-hour challenge, design drone development challenge. We have mobilized candidates. The mobilization started in 20th of September, and by 9th of October, we were able to mobilize 30 teams from across India, and then we have given them 2 days training on how to use a Swadeshi processor like Vega platform to do a development in an online mode using Smart Lab. And then they were brought to NILIT Calicut for a physical competition where they were asked to design or develop a drone. Not assembling a drone like morning some of the speakers were saying. It was to design a flight controller which includes a platform based on Vega processor, Swadeshi processor, and then develop the program, read gyros and accelerometers, read commands from a remote control board, and then make it fly, stabilize the platform and make it fly. So to our amazement, these people, the 5 teams were shortlisted from 31 batches, and you can see the photographs of these 4 teams. They worked for 30 hours continuously, and then they were able to write the program, assemble the drone, and then stabilize the platform and took the flight trials. The first team you see, the ladies only team, they were able to go for flight trials in 15 hours into the program. So that is the kind of talent we are having in India, and it also validates our platform where we were able to give a training on this. None of these teams were familiar with the Vega platform. So we were able to, using our Smart Lab, we were able to train these candidates in online mode, overcoming the geographical divide. They were from Delhi, they were from West Bengal, they were from Aurangabad and Calicut. Okay, so we were able to train these people using our online platform, and then they were able to innovate the product or develop the program in 30 hours. All the 4 teams were able to start the flight trial, even though they could not fly it fully because a lot of aerodynamics issues were there, but they were able to achieve up to that level. Now, what is a smart lab? I have few pictures for that. It's a platform which can be which provides remote access to hardware like embedded system, like microcontroller boards, FPGA boards, etc. So I'll 2 more slides. Okay, enables remote embedded system and FPGA prototyping via secure internet platforms. Offers access to microcontroller boards, programmable logic devices, and software tool chains. This is a picture of the smart lab. We have a 200-seater facility running 24/7, which can be accessed from anywhere in India. Till now, we have facilitated 85,000 candidates using this platform. Candidates certified over 30,000. Okay, it's established as a part of a MITI project. These are the areas in which people can work, innovators can work on it: embedded system, IoT, VLSI, and industrial IoT. These are the different hardware facilities provided by the lab. It can be accessed from a tablet or even a mobile phone. What you need is a over the browser access, only internet connection, no need of any complicated high-end laptops. This is the GUI and the image of some of the boards will be available, and this is having a live camera feed, so that these boards can be seen by the innovators sitting in their place, whether it's a rural area or anywhere from India. So the last slide: India is full of brilliant minds. Let us ensure that they also have the knowledge, skills, and access to brilliant tools for innovation. Let us create a digital ecosystem where no researcher is left behind. Some of the recommendations for consideration of NITI Aayog and the fellow panelists: conduct innovation boot camp, how to attract and retain talents, how conduct innovation boot camps, especially in rural India, and T2, T3 institutions to attract young innovators and aspiring researchers. Establish CRIBs, community research and innovation base, especially in rural India, to give smart lab access to aspiring rural youth and rural innovators, so that they can perform same like any other premier institution students. Create a bank of research problems jointly with industry and other stakeholders. This can also include prior research outputs which needs commercialization or productization. Create a panel of mentors, like someone was speaking in the morning, what will happen to people who are retiring 60. So they can be professors and industrialists, they can be acting as a mentors to the young innovators. Establish more remote prototyping labs similar to Smart Lab, which provides access to GPUs for working in AI, EDA tools, 3D printers, etc. And extend Smart Lab facilities to startups and researchers from T2, T3 institutions under DLI scheme of MITI. And last point, recommendation, suggestion: establish digital twins of AR, VR models or advanced research facilities to democratize access to researchers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pratap. The next speaker is Professor A. Sabu. He was a professor of biotechnology in Kannur University and a pro-vice chancellor there. Now he is the member secretary at the Kerala State Council for Science, Technology and Environment. Professor Sabu.
Thank you. First one. Thank you, Ravi sir. To begin with, let me thank the team NITI Aayog for giving me an opportunity to speak about attracting and retaining quality human resources for accelerating R&D. And myself and of course Professor Vincent will be speaking with the perspective of State Council. In fact, the team NITI Aayog organized multiple meetings in Delhi with State Council and state councils and funding agencies, including NRF, in the last 2 years. And we had enough opportunity to interact with the team in the NITI Aayog and funding agencies to air the views of the state councils. When I speak about the R&D ecosystem in this state, I need to speak about some unique features of the state, like the higher GER and literacy in the state. So I'll be speaking in the background of the unique features of the state of Kerala, including high gross enrollment ratio and the literacy, the scientific culture, the culture of scientific awareness and public engagement as far as science and technology is concerned. Now, science, technology and innovation is concerned. Then the institutional support mechanism. We have well-established universities in the state and a huge network of state-funded and centrally funded institutions. We have 11 institutions coming under the State Science and Technology Council and nearly 30 institutions coming under various Government of India agencies. So there is a high density of R&D institutions in the state. And in addition to this, we have innovation hubs throughout the state. Now almost all higher education institutions and R&D centers are having incubation centers and innovation cells. We have a maker village. We have enough infrastructure facilities provided by the 360 Life Science Park in Trivandrum for the bio-related industries, the KINFRA supported infrastructure, the KINFRA parks for the IT and related areas throughout the state. And we even now have IT parks in the rural areas, which is supported by the SOHO founder, Sridhar Vembu. So the first one started in a remote area in Kollam, a place called Kottarakara, the rural IT parks. The innovation is happening over there also. So if you look at the GER, when the country is having a 28.4% GER, we are having a GER of 41.3%. And see, the high college density is also there, like 46 colleges per lakh of population is available as per the All India Survey of Higher Education. The latest available is 21-22 with accurate data. So more graduates are coming out from the institutions in the state, more master's degree holders are coming out, and more PhDs are coming out from the state. Whenever we get an opportunity to interact with the NITI Aayog people, the State Science and Technology Council people usually ask for more money to distribute more fellowships, to provide more infrastructure, and to provide more and to extend more research support by way of grants. So here also I'll be asking for that. But the challenges that is affecting the talent retention in the state institutes include career insecurity. You wanted to promote R&D innovation in the state, but there is a high level of career insecurity existing in the state. And this career uncertainty and limited tenure track opportunities are pulling the youth back from moving into the R&D ecosystem. So we need to create more opportunities for them. Then the brain drain, the migration to central institutions from the state or abroad for better packages, that is also creating a gap for R&D and innovation in the state. The infrastructure gaps, that is also there despite the presence of 30 plus 11 institutions which comes under the Government of India and Government of Kerala. We need to create research infrastructure in certain domains. We are lagging behind. Funding delays, delayed fellowship disbursement causing financial hardships. So this is, I think, a common scenario throughout the nation. Students, they get a fellowship, they join for their PhD. It takes some 6 to 9 months for the finance officer of the institution to get the money, and from the finance officer to reach the pocket of the scholar, it takes another 3 months. So sometimes 1 year. And after the release of the first installment, the student or the fellow will have to wait for maybe sometime another year to get the second year support. He gets the second year support in the third year, and very often he will be compelled to spend some money from his pocket to spend by way of contingency and all. So attracting the young talent, retaining them in the R&D ecosystem, the academics and scientists will find it very difficult to retain them and attract them if the situation proceeds like this. And the financial barriers, the high fees for master's dissertation creating barriers for many students. This is an important topic that we need to discuss. The new education policy says internship, dissertation, project training and all. And when the student approaches, if a student from a college approaches a university department to do internship or dissertation, they ask for 5,000, 10,000 per month. So to do a 3-month dissertation, it takes some 15 to 20,000. Earlier, during my PhD and my master's days, now CSIR used to support us. When we are going for doing dissertation, we get some money from the institution. Now the institution is asking for like 20 to 30,000 rupees to do a dissertation. So how can we encourage students, the youngsters? How can we upskill them? How can we give them better opportunity, better exposure to the emerging areas in science and technology through the R&D institutions if we charge like this? The 30,000 that the student is paying is in addition to the semester fee that he or she is paying in her college or university. So this is a strange situation that is existing throughout the country. And we need to go for inclusive and enabling ecosystem, institutional ecosystem. Of course, we do have women in science and engineering programs supported by the DST. In the State Council also, we do have a women's science division, and we support women scientists, especially women researchers with a break in career. We support them with a backlab funding program. And if you look at the fellowships initiated by the University Grants Commission and DST, many of the fellowships are not existing now, including the Rajiv Gandhi Fellowship for the Scheduled Castes, the Maulana Azad Fellowship for the minorities, the Kotari postdoctoral fellowships, and a number of other fellowships. Either the number of fellowships has come down or totally abandoned. This situation needs to change. And another important aspect I would like to point out is the retired faculty re-engagement. In the morning I could see some expert talking about this. The existing situations in the state universities as per directions from the University Grants Commission is when a professor attains the age of 57, he is not allowed to take any student for guiding PhD. So the expertise we are not utilizing properly. On one side, the students are lining up to get an opportunity to do research. Sufficient number of PhD scholars are not available in the institutions. And on the other side, the senior faculty members are sitting idle because they reached the age of 57. They are not allowed to do research. I think we need to give opportunity for the well-qualified, at least the well-qualified senior faculty members to mentor the students, to guide the students towards PhD postdoctoral programs. And we need to foster collaborative culture across universities, industry, and R&D centers. Maybe 2 minutes. And we need to recognize, we need to have mechanisms to recognize and reward innovation, patents, and social impact. We are talking about the weightage that we are giving to Cuban publications and even publications in predatory journals. We give a lot of weightage to them. But if a faculty works a lot and they get a patent, and if a faculty develops something and translate to industry, nothing. No weightage, nothing is given to the academics or scientists. This situation should change. There are certain very specific points that I would like to point out, like we need to create growth pathways, performance-based promotions, and leadership training. Because after a mid-career, the academics or scientists will be taking up administrative job also. So we need to give leadership training also. And the question of giving performance-based promotions, it is still remaining as a question now. We need to give proper decisions to implement that. And I would like to propose certain other points, like we need to introduce overseas research associateship for PhD scholars to enhance their global exposure and advanced research skills. So NRF, MOES, ICER, and other funding agencies are having a lot of programs to support the scientists, the faculty members who are regularly working in institutions. But we have only minimal programs to support the PhD scholars, the postdoctoral fellows, and to get them more global exposure. And we need to provide sabbatical support for faculty for upskilling and collaborative research at leading institutions. At the moment, the state universities especially, they don't want to send their faculty under sabbatical program because of the scarcity for manpower, a lack of funds. But if some of the central funding agencies can initiate sabbatical program to support the state universities, they will definitely send their faculty abroad or to some of the reputed institutions in the country for better exposure and training. Then innovation and collaboration, we need to promote more industry-linked internships and translational research exposure. See, we develop a lot of things. We may go up to prototype, but to translate the know-how from your laboratory to industry, it involves a lot of hardships. So we need to provide a mechanism under this area. And faculty entrepreneurship, faculty or scientist entrepreneurship is a big question. Even in Kerala, we promote Section 8 companies in universities and institutes. But no faculty, no scientists wanted to start anything under the Section 8 company program because you cannot take anything from the profit that you are generating from the Section 8 company. But in the morning, we were talking about the system existing in IITs and even in CSIR laboratories so that the faculty or scientists can, 1 minute, the faculty or scientists can start their own enterprises. We need to have a clear-cut guidelines for this, the faculty or scientist-driven entrepreneurship. Then, of course, I will ask for, as I mentioned in the beginning, research support and funding. The State Council is giving scholarships at the graduate, postgraduate, doctoral and postdoctoral level, and we are giving even support fellowships to emeritus scientists, but the reach is bare minimum because of the scarcity for funds. We need to have a centralized funding mechanism to provide more fellowships and funding support to researchers from all sectors to utilize the expertise of people. I think I'll wind up with one more attrition from the state-funded R&D institutions is more like 20% of our recruited scientists are leaving the institutions within a year or two because they have the best packages available in other institutions. So it is high time we need to think about one nation, one package for scientists. I think this is an important area. The state universities are giving a lesser package to the compared to the central university. The state council supported research institutions are giving only a lower package compared to the DBT, DST or other institute. So we try to recruit the best talents to our institute, but after a while they are leaving. So this is an important topic to be discussed to retain the best brains within the institutions. I think I'll wind up. I can share the slides to the officials of NITI Aayog. Once again, thank you very much, NITI Aayog, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Sabu. And next is Professor Dr. S. Vincent, the Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology.
Good afternoon, respected Chairman and fellow panel members and very distinguished participants. I'm extremely happy to be here to share my thoughts on the specific topic. And myself and Dr. Saha really acknowledging the NITI Aayog for doing a wonderful thing in strengthening the process. And especially first 1.5 years, the State Council is well connected with NITI Aayog because of their great effort. And the kind of beautiful document the NITI Aayog brought, strengthening S&T Council in the country, really is doing its work. Very recently, I received a call from my CM office, and especially CM Secretary too. We called myself and the Secretary of Higher Education, and he showed the document, and where it given a realization, the need of the S&T council in the state, and the strengthening it is very, very important. So that's why I am also equally, I'm happy this strengthening R&D in our country is going to have another greatest milestone, even I can say a transformation. And very specifically to this topic. And basically in India, somewhere we built our system beautifully, and especially in basic research. Because this basic research really supported our country during COVID time. Because the kind of the data or the kind of work we have done in different education institution and the laboratory given a greatest solution during time of COVID. That time we realized how the country rise to the occasion, to the crisis time, and where all the research component helped a great extent. And very specifically to this topic, and in fact I am straight away going to the role of state S&T council in this process. If we could see that in Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology, the S&T State Council mandate, it's clearly given. Preparing or developing quality scientific manpower. There is a beautiful agenda which very much is there. And based on this, the state government design program and almost 16 different type of program which you have initiated. And apart from the DST, Department of Science and Technology, brought out many, many national oriented projects. And I'm happy to tell you, and Tamil Nadu really taken this effort very greatly, now yielding its fruits. And especially the role of State S&T Council. And really it's getting into the developing the talents in our state. And most of the time, I want to tell you, and even our Dr. Saha is beautifully said, UGC stopped many, many fellowships. But it really become a deprived elements to the many institutions. The second aspect, the college need not do research, only the university. That also given a kind of scenario where the research, whether it's needed in the college or not. A kind of a confused situation happened. But still S&T State Council started to support from the school till a scientist. And I proudly say that. Until we focus the research aptitude or science and technology aptitude from the school level, then we cannot build anything beyond it. Today, most of the students in the school, if we ask you, they say, I want to become a scientist. Only +2 they will say, I want to become a doctor or engineer. But most of the school, if you could visit, you ask for what you want to become, they will say genetist, biotechnologist. But in fact, we are killing the spirit as they enter into the +2. So somewhere we should also learn to celebrate science and scientists. I think NITI Aayog take this aspect. If we little more focus on science and scientists, and if we start to celebrate, I think our country will take at a great level. So that's why, and in the name of fellowship, training and exposure program, and here I should mention that because of the great support of NITI Aayog, now all state council well connected. From different state they are coming to Chennai. They want to visit many, many institutions in our state. So we are happily doing this because we have a place, and especially school children are visiting and in our state, and we are supporting them in a great way, and even our own students. Recently we had a program at IIT in Chennai. There are two programs. You may wonder, NMR for rural student, and where Director IIT Kamakudi was there, he really felt so happy. He said, this time we are doing for 100, but we will increase to 500. So now it is really making an impact or influence, and how they should be given to the student, even the highly sophisticated instrumentation like NMR, spectroscopy, and that kind of thing, we are getting into that. Then strengthening infrastructure. And in fact, Tamil Nadu one way is much blessed, both government institution and private institution. They are proactive in doing the process. That's why it's also doing into that. And promotion of research. And here I should mention a success story to all of you. There is a program called Non-Mudalvan Scheme, and initiated by our CM. This one scheme really percolated into the colleges and preparing them in different process to become potential and dynamic. And under this scheme, and almost all the students from first year to post-graduation, all the students getting their a different kind of exposure. That's the reason very recently, and Tamil Nadu standing top, almost 56 IAS officer, and we got through civil service system. Then many JRF, net preparation, many things which are really giving its fruits. That's what the science and outreach, it is very important. It should really start from the school, then reach to the college level, and in fact the scientist and researcher, and then you have to bring the industry into the process, so that whatever things we discussed in the morning, any research which you do that, how it reaching the people, that dimension is well built in our state. That's the reason, and many great things happen. In this process, to justify my statement, and I have to tell one great things. In Tamil Nadu State Council, we started IPR cell in the year 2008. Start with 5. Then it percolated so many, and now we have 40. This IPR cell really created a wonderful platform to the academic institution. And the IPR filing, Tamil Nadu became number 1. And especially I want to tell you, and this year, and our account is more than 50,000 in the country. It all happened simply. It's a process where the Tamil Nadu State Council initiated IPR cell, then it enhanced to 40, then it really influenced very greatly, and really, and we are number 1 into that. Then second, Tamil Nadu is standing top in scientific publication. It also happening because of there is a well-balanced teaching, research, and the technology development. So that's way, and I'm very happy to share to you this kind of major initiative. And now the CM research grant, the 50 crore they are allotting every year for student, for the faculty. Then the Chief Minister Green Fellowship Program. Then Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Fellowship Program, 60,000 per month for 100 students. So these are all really making us alive into R&D system and science and technology. And with this, and I am confident, and as the 8th conclave get completed, and there is a beautiful document will come from the NITI Aayog, and so that all shortfall will be fulfilled, and so that our country is emerged as a developed country. Thank you so much for this great opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Vincent. Now the next speaker is Dr. Santosh KV, who is the Deputy Director, Research, Technical and Management at the Directorate of Research, Mahi, Karnataka.
Yeah, good evening. I first thank the NITI Aayog for extending the invitation to the university so that we could able to present our views in front of all the August gathering. So I will try to keep the talk in two phases. So first thing is, what is that the inner side, what we are trying to look at to build the or to maintain, to retain the quality talent in terms of HR for the research and development activities. So I represent Manipal Academy of Higher Education, the private university in India. So we have been doing a lot in terms of trying to make sure the research and development is there with the university. So we claim to be a research-centric university. So one of the few things which we try to look at is, so we all know that the when you're talking in terms of academic teachings, so teaching is not a very lucrative position when it comes to salary among the newer generation. Yes, during the older generation, people used to say that it's something which we are trying to share knowledge, make the things developed and all those things. But in the to be practical, to be very clear, the newer generation doesn't look in that way. And if you just look at, if you just try to understand what happens from a student who is coming to a post-graduation from an undergraduation, most likely 90% of the students who take a post-graduation is those who were not able to get a very good placement at the undergraduate level. Most likely. More than 90%, the people, those who come to a post-graduation is people, those who are not been either successful in getting the jobs, or they are not getting the jobs which they are looking at. So why? Because they feel that when I do a post-graduation, I may just have a increment in terms of these. So now with these things, how could we expect that a student, a very creamy layer, a very well-versed student who passes from an undergraduate, comes into a post-graduation, and from the post-graduation he enters into a PhD curriculum and then undergoes all these things. So there should be some financially benefit things which we are giving to them. So otherwise they will not be lucrative. So one of the other thing which we are trying to look at is trying to bring some challenges in terms of their existing undergraduate curriculum. So we at the university, we offer a bachelor's honors degree. So for a regular student who can have a little higher credits and then they have been given a honors. So there, what we try to do when the honor thing is, so that extra credit, we insist them to tie up with the other universities and carry out some research. So like example, if he or she is a engineering graduate, so we encourage them to be tying up with the medical fraternity or the management fraternity or something, so that it builds that challenge to them in terms of trying to address the other problems, so that they get, and along with that we also pay them some internships, so which will be either sustaining in terms of making them proud, and those internships we call them as award, so that they are in front, we try to give the awards in front in the annual day and other things, so they are very encouraged to receive such kind of a degree or the awards. So that is a trigger point, and that what we have seen is most of the time the people, those who have opted for these honors, have tried to opt for a master's course. So which a triggering point in terms of building that research acumen. And then for the masters in our whatever we are the allied courses, say like example we have a very good health science university, hospital and other things. So all our allied courses like either the physiotherapy or the hotel administration, hospital administration, the MSW programs. So most of them, the projects are given in the hospital, so that they are again getting the link, and their master thesis is a part of the, they are assisting the clinicians who by themselves are not able to get into the research mode because of their very high patient this one and other things. So these are some of the things which we are trying to make sure that the students are getting into the research platform. And the other thing is, wherever possible, wherever regulators have approved, so we are trying to run a dual degree course. So where masters converting it into, bachelor's converting to masters, masters converting into a PhD. So this will give them additional help in terms of the financial mobility, and also to make sure that they can run into upgrade their degrees. So that is something which is which we have been doing very seriously. And the fellowships, yes, so we are not getting all the fellowships as in the public, but yes, luckily, like there is a good philanthropy and other funds by which we are able to match the public funded amount, so that the students are retaining in terms of getting these scholarship. And yes, the other part is the PDF degrees. So PDF we have been offering, so it's like almost we offer them close to 12 lakhs as a fellowship. So the one of the major challenge what we are seeing in the PDF is, yes, though we look at one is the internal, the Indian student, and also we are looking at the foreign student to come in. So but majority of the times what happens is we face a lot of issue in terms of their visa and the immigration, because the way the wage rule and other things come in, and then most of the time the rejections happens for them at the visa. So one in 2 cases there is a rejection of visa. So this is something which is a very so this will it's a suppressing movement when it comes to the research, so that we are not able to get a very good talent. A second thing is the local regulations when it comes to the so like the the central government regulations are different, the state regulations are different. So either the students when it comes to the fellowship, whether we are looking at the central policies or the state policies, so all these things are some things which are issues. So this is something which we have been always looking at. So majorly, for the first thing is we try to encourage the students in terms of doing upskilling from the post-graduation to PhD and the undergraduate to post-graduation. And the second is we try to inculcate the interdisciplinarity. So third is we try to bring in the talent from the foreign, but yes, a lot of these issues come in. So yes, this is what I wanted to tell. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very special comments from with respect to a very famous private university in the country, the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Thank you. And now we have a session for discussions on the topics which were covered here, the panelists covered here. So please free to.
Thank you very much for the panel, and especially the chairperson. Actually, you gave a very good insight into the running rat race, especially on the ranking, etc. I have two or three observations only. First observation, this rat race in NIRF. Rightly said that we are comparing the universities which are well established. A few of them are supported by government funding. Some of them are completely private. They are working on themselves, etc. Somewhere actually I think we should also look at what is the return on investment on these institutions. For example, government institution may get a very high salary. Also sir mentioned that there should be one rank and one the payment, etc. If it is percolated down the level, it could happen. On the other hand, you are giving 0 rupees to the private institutions. They are producing most of the best of the papers, of course on par with the institutions which are actually also doing well. So I am with you, maybe I think we can make a layer also. Suppose you take all IITs and IISs, you make a different ranking. And you take up some private institutions having so-and-so ranking, private ranking table, that will help us. Why I am telling you that is, today we say that if you are within 100 in NIRF ranking, you are eligible to do something. Now the rat race has started. You rightly pointed out, sir, there are many ghostwriters and many universities which are ranked top actually also have got the highest retractions, which is actually a shame for our nation. I think something should be done on that. Similarly, sir was mentioning about good initiative in Tamil Nadu. Really appreciate the entire thing what the government of Tamil Nadu is doing, and they are really supporting well. I just went through about 4-year session in Tamil Nadu sometime. I find the way actually they are given infrastructure, especially for the entrepreneurship, is fantastic. One problem which I am finding across all the states again is the paper and also the patents which we are making. These patents are becoming null and void because they are only numbers. How many of them can be commercialized is a question. I think that we should push it. And lastly, actually, if we are actually looking at entrepreneurship, sir also mentioned about entrepreneurship. My question is, how many of us, if I look back and say that my son should become an entrepreneur, what courage we have when you have the failure of about 98% in the entrepreneurship. So there is some support required. I'm not negative. All these efforts are moving towards positive. There should be some support, what they require, especially in the marketing, which I feel that the marketing is not properly being done. That's my observation. Thank you very much for the wonderful sessions by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful comments too. If anybody wants to add.
Making one nation, one solid structure, we should not put off. Otherwise, everyone leave from R&D and they go to the other. So we need to raise wherever it is less.
Just for, I heard that NIRF has started negative marking now for retractions.
But actually, now the ghostwriters are there in private, something like negative by 1/4.
Negative is like that only. Could be more also.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just, from the morning, from what I have heard, I get the feeling that you all encourage our youngsters to study only biotechnology or nanotechnology or information technology. What about our marginalized sciences? See, this country has huge biodiversity. Our plants and animals are getting threatened by climate change and habitat destruction. Don't we need more conservation biologists? Don't we need more taxonomists in both botany and animal sciences? Don't we need wildlife biologists? Can't we encourage such subjects also? You never fund such subjects. It is a pity. I am an insect taxonomist with more than 35 years experience. With working with personal funds, I don't get any money from this system. So I'm not talking for myself. Many of my students, PhD scholars, even after getting Fulbright fellowship and completion, now they are jobless in Kerala. 2 students of mine, now they are working in agriculture department as AOs. How are you going to give jobs to such people who have completed even postdoc? How are you going to absorb their talent into this system? This is my question. And all of you talk about journals and other things. To become an INSA fellow, I have to publish only in scientific reports. I have to publish in foreign journals. Can't I publish in Indian journals? Don't we want to raise the profile of Indian journals? So what are we going to do for all this? This and all, I don't think we are discussing at all. We are always talking about technology generation, innovations, startups, commercialization. That bothers me a lot as a very basic fundamental researcher. I wish you will talk more about such marginalized areas of science also. Thank you, sir.
I think this is a very, very important area because this is where the government has to support. For example, if the IT industry is in need of people, they will fund, they will create such individuals who can support them. But government has to really take care
So,
of these
yeah,
marginalized.
I endorse the view of Madam, because the basic biology, this country is rich in biodiversity. Not only in terrestrial, even marine biodiversity also very high. Unfortunately, taxonomies are not being considered very well. That need to be considered separately. Of course, realizing the importance, the Ministry of Earth Science, they have instituted 100 fellowships as postdoctoral fellowship. Now they are going to recruit, realizing the importance as well as the job gap is not available for everyone. So they are doing that. NITI Aayog should come forward to institute more number of postdoctoral fellowship. Because as Madam said, the biologists and ecologists, environmentalists, there are number of PhDs in every state. Unless otherwise, the employment opportunities are very, very less. Unless otherwise we provide opportunity for young minds, then only more innovation can come. That we should take care. Equally, now there is a good call for from the office of the NITI Aayog as well as the MHRD, the professorship, retired professorship. There is no age limit. Fine, it's a wonderful idea, but there is a bar in it. It should be applied only to the state universities. But under national education policy, the state universities and private universities are treated on par with each other. But why this disparity? Because as other gentlemen said, the private universities and deemed universities, their contribution in terms of innovation, in terms of patents is very high in this country. When considering that, it should be also removed and opportunity should be given to anyone. If they are really skillful, then you remove. That is what I would like to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon all. Thank you all the panelists for a very wonderful presentation. And my point is in continuation and in supportive to what ma'am and Balasubramanian sir has pointed out. And what I feel is a little bit different. Actually, I am from the ocean field, and what I feel from the university onwards, late back from 80s when we see the batches coming out of the ocean field, there will be more number of women in the field, in the classes, than the male students. But whenever we go like in future actually, what we see in the front seats of these professionals in this field, women are very less, maybe in very few numbers. So what we are seeing is actually there are a lot of dropouts in these areas, maybe in other fields also. And I feel the research ecosystem should be more women friendly, not only women friendly actually. We have so many family, like work-life balance should be maintained. Even if it is a male or female, we have to have a work-life balance, and it should be more like a friendly or healthy, effective ecosystem for the research activities. That's sorry.
No woman on the stage is
Yeah, that's a very good observation actually. Thank you. That just happened.
I just want to add a couple of comments to as a follow-up of what is said. First and foremost, as already like Professor Sridhar mentioned and the professor mentioned here, maybe, I mean, even in the ranking, either you create separate pool or mandatorily create, rather than saying ROI is a very tough word and very difficult to define, especially in education and research. And as for example, just now they mentioned about life science. So we need to create now matrices which would give the value for sustainability and circularity in terms of retaining our ecosystems and the life sciences, the various species, how it would help in the long run for, maybe we need to create additional matrices for this and say contribution there could become a part of a parameter there and even create a value to that, because even the trade now across the world in the net zero there and the carbon credits they are re-evaluating, because we spend all time, effort, water, and then again send it something for peanuts to US, so therefore they are looking at recalculation. So maybe we need to look at, for life sciences and liberal arts value, some more matrices of how they add quality of life. Maybe some parameter could be estimated today because in the age of computation. The other is, of course, even for private universities, rather than saying ROIC, without the government of investment, a huge set of human resource capacity is built. So that should be given as a credit rather than, I mean, I don't want to discount anything, even though unfortunately it's my personal opinion that even budget substitution is called as a grant. What should have already come to a government institution as a facility is then called as FIST and given. So, and sometimes even when TechQuip happened, I know some national institutions sent a one-page report, whereas some other affiliated universities sent a 10 volume, and for the one line also they got 17 crores. So I'll not comment on that, but at least give credit for the private institution, because the amount of investment and human resource enabled. So let us not, because they should have come there, they have their own constraints. So let us not demerit or discredit anything, but create credits for this. And so the key is, again, can we add liberal arts, and especially in line with circular for holistic living, whether it is life sciences, because they are key. Now, if that we are all looking at sustainability, which was earlier not there, maybe then I think it would add some more value. That's just a point of view.
Thank you.
Sir, I have just one comment.
Without knowing, I'm very audible. I normally speak for 500 people.
So there are people online.
You are recording it here. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Professor Palanimuthu, Director, NIFTM, Tanjavur. Many of you may not be knowing NIFTM. It is an Institute of National Importance in Food Technology. We have two institutes, one in Tanjavur, another one in Kundli, Sonipat, Haryana, under Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Anyway, it's a very lovely gathering and thought-provoking presentations. We produce thousands and thousands of PhD graduates, PDFs. What do we do with them? This should be pondered over by NITI Aayog. Are we producing these PhD just for the namesake? And after, see, I get a PhD, and then what I do, I cannot neither go to lower level to do any job, nor I can get something which I really like. This has to be sorted out for once for all, and some effort has to be made from NITI Aayog. Otherwise, this country is not going anywhere. We can produce lakhs and lakhs of PhDs, but nothing is going to change on the ground. Kindly ponder over this also. Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah. So I was kind of talking on a similar point. So it's interesting that he brought it up, but I'll go switch to a different one. You see, if you look at corporates and industry, we often say that the industry or the corporate is as good as who is leading the industry. Who is at the helm of affairs, that is what drives the culture in an industry. When it comes to institution also, similar thing also can be correlated, that whoever is leading the institution sets the culture and tone at the top, and that drives the culture at the institution level as well. So a strong leader at the top, great dean, will drive a certain culture with a long vision and drive things accordingly. So that takes me to that point on this, when we are attracting and retaining talent, sir. I've just, in fact, Chairperson, sir, the question is more from your side. How do we ensure that we may not be able to pay the best? That will always be an issue. When we start paying even twice, the market may move another 50%. We'll be always chasing, right? It's always a long dream that we'll be paying the best in the future. So how do we drive that culture, which is again to Saraswat Saab's comment in the morning, more internal than policy and external facing? How do we drive that at an institution level so that we create a culture so that people want to work with us. They want to study in our institute. And we create cutting edge programs so that we attract the best talent and they don't want to leave it. One example is a case in point is an institution like ISRO. We may not be paying NASA salaries, but people are proud working at ISRO. How can every institute in industry be like ISRO?
Can I think you have answered that question at the end of it by giving the example of ISRO. I think around the world, if you look at people who are into academics, say for example, I don't think they are sticking to academics because they are paid the best at that. Because they prefer to do that, and academic jobs have its own flavor and it gives its own independence. Now, how do you maintain that? I think it's very important that we should create ecosystems where people with the spark come in, and you maintain that spark by providing sufficient oxygen and other things that are required so that they will not burn out and they will continue to glow. And this is where the policy has a role. See, sometimes where I was just keeping it for the last probably, but now you came up with this. See, the problem sometimes with this ranking issues that bringing in, you actually drive individuals and institutions into a rat race. The problem of rat race is that you may win the race but remain a rat. And this is actually a very serious problem with respect to the higher education institutions in India. Particularly I am saying this with respect to the NAC gradings that are going on for colleges and other institutions, where we are promoting dishonesty. We are allowing that everybody knows what is happening. We maintain that, give credit to those activities and maintain them high, pump in money, and this should not happen. I'm not saying that all the higher, I'm leaving out the higher level institutions from that where they have a culture. Again, there are issues now. People who are having a publication, a higher impact journal, you get more money. There are institutions, particularly I think in private institutions, they do that. You have a higher impact, you get money for that. Higher impact, you will get higher money. The problem is that each discipline is different. You talked about taxonomy. Even your best journal in taxonomy will have an impact of 2. Whereas you may have another nanoscience journal which will have 10 or 12. And there are other issues. The people who are giving money for citations. Now I just read another article in Nature where you have citation rackets. How to boost your citations. So what happens is we are actually promoting, when you are at the policy level, unless you address quality, quality is actually completely different. This is where I think sometimes I feel like, quality versus numbers, this quantitative assessment of quality is somewhere we have to disrupt. I think this is, NITI Aayog is conducting this program, and probably this is the forum. I thought probably I should say that we need disruption actually. We have, disruption in technologies, but with respect to these quality assessments and all, we need to have some disruption at some level and to find out how best we can do. Well, if somebody is doing well, it could be anywhere, in any small university or college or institute, wherever you are, if somebody is doing, you help him and her, and come up, we will do well. That's what I said. If you look at University of Göttingen, or if you look at any of the major universities, they never had the time of ranking, but still they did well. Why? Because that is a part of culture. It is, quality is something which, if you have to keep this building clean, you have to do it every day. You can't do it after 5 years, you will clean it up, right? We have to do it every day, then only it will remain clean. The same is actually true for quality in higher education institutions. So unless you maintain that, we are actually getting into a rat race. And somebody talked about these publications. I think this is something which I mentioned also.
Sir, even that one nation, one subscription plan doesn't work out for agricultural institutions. All our journals are out.
No, I was talking to Dr. Devika Madalli, who is the Infinite director. So she actually showed that journal on Ayurveda. The referee is Indian, the researchers are all Indians, publication is from elsewhere, and no money is actually paid for the referee or anything. Publication is online. They are charging about 1 lakh rupees for a paper to get published in that journal. And still, in addition to that, we pay the subscription charges because this is what is actually happening. So, in fact, I strongly believe that the Academy of Sciences and other institutions have a big role in that to change that, and government should support that.
Sir, one follow-up point. See, one thing is very clear, that what we measure is what we can improve. And the moment the country started talking about we want to drive publications, we are now in the top 3 in the world in terms of number of publications. When we started talking about numbers, the country has driven numbers. When we start talking about measuring quality, right, and say H-index, the top scientists in terms of the top 2% in terms of the journals, then maybe that number will also improve if it is measured like that. So only one comment, sir. Rightly it was mentioned that NIRF rankings now is taking the these negative marking when you have people gaming the system. Maybe that is one step forward in terms of ensuring quality, and there is nobody gaming. But the next question is, if an institution or somebody is gaming the system, should they drop out of the rankings for 1 year or 2 years? Should it be that kind of drastic measure? Have we matured to that level that we say that if somebody has gamed the system, and then retraction is negative point for this year, maybe 1 year or 2 years down the line, they actually drop out of the race. The rat drops out of the race. Do you?
Can I?
Sorry, Vivek. Sorry.
Just want to add one small point. Madam talked about publishing in Indian journals. So if you publish in Indian journals, you really can't become INSA fellow. But if you become INSA fellow, and Brajesh is here, then you have to publish at least a paper in an Indian journal. So after becoming, that's something that INSA
But I have a counter to the. People say C.V. Raman started publishing the current sciences in the proceedings of Indian Academy of Sciences. He published great publications. And somebody said he published after getting his Nobel Prize.
So I just wanted to inform you that NITI Aayog, as in collaboration with CSIR NISPER, which is publishing a lot of journals, and the 3 science academies, we are looking at what is it that we should be doing for Indian journals. So please feel free to write to us to let us know your views and points. So Indian journal is something that we are going to take up January 2026. And we know about a lot of issues, but we'd be really, very happy if we also come to know about other issues, because that is something that we really need to look into. We are publishing, so it's our work, our review, everything, and then we end up paying a lot to commercial publishers. And everybody knows that all those commercial publishers have one of the highest profit volumes across different industry segments, more than 60% profit margin and so on. So that is something that we really need to look into, and we'll be very happy to get inputs. Thank you. So I think this negative ranking actually didn't have any impact, negative marking for retractions, because this is a very small number. So but NIRF, the way it started and how it is moving, well, in the time to come, it will evolve over a period of time, but it's a similar thing, as Sheer also said. The point is, because there are 5% people in the STI ecosystem who are dishonest, so we have so many rules, regulations put in, and the rest of the 95% are suffering. So there would be people who will try to game the system, and that will continue forever. So that's not going to change. So we really need to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, I think I just want to add one quick point, sir. As we all know, all the Japanese journals mandated that they publish first in the Japanese journal, even if it is earlier. No, I spent 7 years in Japan, so many of the 1 or 2 page letter would go in a Japanese journal before they would send even to applied physics letter and PRL or chemistry letters and things like that. And with additional data, it will go to the other journal with more elaboration. So somewhere I think we should and plus sometimes even our senior reviewer professors, if it is from Nature Science, maybe they will send a review next day. But if it is from an Indian journal, it will go to the research scholar, to somebody, and it takes 1 month. So even this ethics has to come from leadership in science also, to accelerate and review the review process, to accelerate it in Indian journals, so that then the value will happen. Because today all the Japanese journals are major journals. I mean, Chinese journals have also now moved up the value chain. So that would again a point of view. I'm sure everybody is aware. Thank you.
No, I think very well said. Unfortunately, journals like Current Science, which have been there, pioneer, but now if you submit a paper, most likely for next 4 months, you don't hear anything.
Sir, I would like to submit few points. First point is, I sort of don't agree that there should be a differential ranking for public versus private universities. The reason is, some of the developed countries have shown that public and private universities compete in the same system, and there is a merit that finally wins, number one. Number two, with reference to the retraction policy announced by the government, my point is, sir, we have to educate the public also. The damage has been already done. The so-called universities have already earned superstardom in the public side. So they have already earned their money and earned their name. So for the public, so we are discussing as scientists about bad practices around publishing. But the public as a parent, I get attracted by the ranking and advertisements. So the damage has been already done. So as a community from NITI Aayog or Forum of Scientists, we should also educate the public about what is a good practice, bad practice, as much as other organizations in US or Europe educate about predatory journals, wrong practices, research integrity and issues like that. We are not empowering our population, especially during the time of admission. Somebody should empower people how to choose university. That will go a long way. Last point, sir, to respond to Professor Vivek. Sir, we should also have a policy statement on predatory journals. I mean, that should be a strong statement coming from our collegium. Thank you.
Can I add one more point? I don't know, see, we are talking about publications. So somewhere we have to get into the metrics, how many of our research works have been put into practice. So that is where the major lacunae is there, I guess, because we are going on publishing, but either the personnel didn't take up the research into life, or the university, or into the reality. Somewhere in the ranking system, if this has been emphasized, science will evolve, because most of the research works needs to be put into practice, which will help the common man. As the morning governor said, we need to reach common man. The research has to reach common man. Here, the research is only reaching the paper. So somewhere in the ranking system, we need to find out a metric. I don't know how we are going to do. Find out a metric, how many of the researchers are put it into practice, and what is some measurable thing is required, because that will reaching the common man.
Thank you. Anybody wants to add something?
Okay. Yeah, I think sometimes it becomes very complex, that how much of this has gone to next stage, from how much of that has gone to next stage to next stage. That is killing the person who started this race. So what happens is that different things reach up to, a rat reaches up to 1 to 100, then the next rat reaches to somewhere else. Like that also happens. So overall, country would have, parameters are there for all factors, publications, patents, commercialization and everything. So that's how they weigh. It's not that the same person, initially does feel like as if a person who has invented Raman has invented, discovered something, he should generate the next innovation and also a product in the market. That may not happen, but different people will pick up. It's a relay race, I mean to say. So some people will do. Overall in India, you might say that how many statistically have done this translation and how many have done that, you can see from the industry outcomes. So it's not that same people will do everything.
Hello. Very insightful discussion. Just wanted to make one point regarding attracting and retaining talent and towards universities in particular. My institute, I was trained in a university. I studied in Delhi University. My institute has a policy that it doesn't take any of its students for the first entry-level faculty position, unless really exception. So I think one needs to think about some checks and balances about inbreeding in our institutions that will actually attract very good quality people to apply to institutions. Inbreeding has been a problem. We have to acknowledge it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Wind up?
Okay.
I think time.
First of all, let me thank all the panelists for the profound discussions, particularly with respect to their own specific areas of expertise, because that is collectively that actually brings a better wisdom. And I'm sure that this interaction also was fantastic and something which the topic that demands attracting and retaining quality human resources for accelerating R&D. And we have been discussing about this. So what quality means, and maintaining quality need not be, or most often it need not be in terms of the quantitative assessments. And in football there was earlier a trophy called Fair Play Trophy. I don't know, the older generation people may be familiar with the World Cup. At the end of it, who plays it more fair? But I think the trophy has gone away now. And this is also true for academics. Even without saying, it was insisted that we had these ethical values have to be maintained. A fair play has to be ensured in terms of institutions as well as individuals. Institutions in the terms like funding agencies, say for example, you should also look down to smaller institutions. If somebody is doing well, you proportionately or even disproportionately fund them so that you will have some lights coming up everywhere nationwide. And you need to have such lights everywhere in the country if academia has to flourish and maintain that oxygen, because funding is oxygen for most of the young researchers who are working in science particularly, and also for other humanities and other sciences. I see that in Western science universities, some of these universities, when National Science Foundation give some of these major grants like center grants and all, they also have a humanities component to that, where actually they have to supposed to disseminate, they have to communicate with the society and how the transformation is actually coming out. Probably something like that, when in major grants, NITI Aayog should consider that. Another thing is this assessments again. This is something where we have to really work at. We have to really see whether we need disruption. I feel like, we have been going, continually we are actually working towards the negative sides of or unethical practices in higher education and research. So somewhere we have to stop this. So we need a disruption in the existing practice of assessment, funding and other areas. That is probably something. And the general things which we talked about, it is very important. We need to bring in young, good intellectuals. They have to come and they have to work there, they have to be groomed, and they have to be taken. The system need to have some kind of a mechanism where they can be absorbed. See, it's like GER sometimes is something a confusing thing, for example. If you look at, say, for example, primary education, I think the quality has lesser importance. I'm not saying that quality is not important, but everybody getting access to primary education, it's because primary education is a man-making process. But when you move it to higher education and research, it doesn't actually matter how many PhDs you produce. This is something which we really need to look at that. It doesn't matter actually how many PhDs we produce. What is more important is how many good PhDs we produced. And similarly, how many publications we produced doesn't make a difference. How many good publications came out. And similarly, some issues like when you should publish. Something which is real, not when you have your assessment coming for the next grade, but when you have actually contributed something which people need to know in that area. Peer process has to recognize that. And there are some things which everybody knows, but somehow in the last few years we have forgotten. I am extremely happy that NITI Aayog in this discussion has brought out this issue on quality of manpower, attracting and retaining, and similarly the quality of the institutional systems, practices, because systems and practices have to be assessed, because that creates sometimes the wrong individuals. Right ones anyway, they will be there, they only have to be supported. But many times wrong practices will produce wrong individuals too, and wrong practices will bring in. So it's very important that we go through this carefully. And thank you very much for the panelists and also all those who joined in the ongoing discussions. Thank you very much.
To formally conclude the session, I now request Professor P. Ravindran, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Professor Harish Kumar Sardana, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Raichur, Karnataka. To Dr. Pratap Kumar S., Director, National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Kerala. To Professor A. Sabhu, Member Secretary, Kerala State Council for Science and Technology, Kerala. To Professor S. Vincent, Member Secretary, Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. And to Dr. Santosh KV, Deputy Director, Research, Directorate of Research, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Karnataka. I now would like to invite Professor Vivek Kumar Singh to felicitate Professor P. Ravindran, Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut. Thank you, sir. I request all of you to please join for a group photograph in front of the dais. With the group photo, day 1 of the NITI Aayog 8th Regional Consultative Meeting on Ease of Doing Research and Development concludes. A local tour has been arranged for the members to Valley Beach. We have to shift the tour venue from Kovalam to Valley Beach due to circumstances related to Sri Padmanabha Swami Temple RR2 processions and proceedings. So I request the interested members to please assemble at the entrance for the tour. And transportation also to the respective hotels has been arranged at the entrance for the members who have not opted for the tour. And please note that today's dinner is arranged at Hotel Gokulam Grand. Thank you all, and I request everybody to please come to the dais for the group photo. Okay, sorry, the venue has changed. The group photo is taken at the ramp at the entrance of the NCESS. Please proceed to that. Thank you.
Which way to go, which is most important. Which is most important, they decide.